Previously on You Can Beat Video Games. After a kidnapping attempt went awry, baby Luigi was captured by Koopas, but baby Mario fell into the care of the Yoshis, who resolved to carry the child across their treacherous island home using a relay system staffed by many multicolored Yoshis to hopefully reunite the brothers. We fought our way through the first 3 worlds, battling angry monkeys, psychedelic-laced puffballs, and the piranha plant navy. When we just couldn't stand baby Mario's cries anymore, we ate him, and then we went on a magical journey. Here in part 2, we'll take on the remaining 3 worlds, making sure to collect everything we need for 100% completion. Along the way, we'll look at even more shortcuts and warps, including the ultimate shortcut that will let us skip from stage 1-2 all the way to the game's ending. And of course, we'll tangle with more enormous boss monsters, even King Bowser himself, today on You Can Beat Video Games. If you're new to the channel, we're doing deep dives on retro video games and giving you the professional strategies that can be used by the casual gamer. Please make sure to subscribe and check out youcanbeatvideogames.com for episode lists, news, and official You Can Beat Video Games merchandise. And please join our Patreon for access to an exclusive Discord community and a chance to vote on future episodes. Let's get started. All right, Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island, Part 2. We have a lot to cover in this part of the guide, so let's jump into the second half of the game. Stage 4-1 is called Go Go Mario, and here at the beginning we see Goombas. Yeah, it really wouldn't be a Super Mario game without Goombas, and whenever you stomp on them, you can ride on their flattened carcasses. Weird. Over here we'll find our first flower in this half of the game, and that just leaves 134 more to find. Kick a shell up this hill and chase it, and if it hits enough enemies, you'll start to get 1-ups, and you may be able to get several 1-ups if you're good. If you need some more eggs, you can eat the shy guys that spawn from this pipe, and you'll probably want a decent supply of eggs to get through the piranha plants that guard this area. Fire an egg or a shell upwards at that question mark cloud to release some stars that will restore your countdown timer. The maximum is 30, and we will want to get our countdown timer up there before we reach the end of the stage. Over here, watch out for bandits that hide behind crystals. They'll try to run away with your baby, but if you look closely, you'll notice that they're not actually bandits while they're hiding behind the crystals. They're just shy guys then, and they're vulnerable to your tongue attack. So I guess they're some sort of shapeshifters. There's a 1-up hidden down in the lower right corner, and after collecting it, we're going to hop up here, but stay vigilant. You don't want to miss one of those hidden shy guys, and there's one behind the blue crystal over here. Head over to the left. From here I think we're safe, but there is a big crate on the far left side, and we'll want to smash that to get some more stars. There are a total of 5 red coins hidden in this cave, but they're all down in the lower part, so once you've collected them all, head up into this pipe which will take you back topside, and we can fire a Koopa shell into this red tulip to get some more stars. We're almost at the maximum of 30, and if you look over here to the left, this is where we came from, and we missed a few coins over here, so we'll grab them and then head back to the right. The cave exit pipe spawns shy guys which we can eat to restore our egg collection, and you'll want a full set of eggs so that you can attack this flashing shy guy If you hit it 5 times, you'll get 2 1-ups and 3 coins. Make sure you don't eat the flashing Shy Guy. It looks very tempting and delicious, like, I bet if I eat this flashing Shy Guy, I'll get something good. But no, you're supposed to hit it with eggs instead. There are 2 ways up to this platform that has a hidden cloud on it. Either jump from an enemy down below, or jump from this platform over to the right. It will contain stars unless you have the maximum of 30 on your countdown timer, in which case it will spawn some coins. We need to take the upper path to get out of here, but down here at the bottom you'll find 3 red coins and a flower, so it's certainly worth your time. You'll also find a blue melon which you can use to freeze enemies, and you can even freeze the cannons that fire bullet bills, and they should stay frozen at least until you walk them off screen. You really don't need to get all of the coins in this area, and some of them are a bit dangerous to collect, so use your best discretion and then head to the right. In this area, we'll find a middle ring that we can use to establish a checkpoint, and here we'll have to navigate some precariously perched platforms, and if you put too much weight on one side of those, they will fall off. And over here, it's fuzzy time! Yep, there are a ton of fuzzies in this area. And you know, I'd eat 4 fuzzies at one time, and I don't need water when I'm swallowing mine. Well, does Yoshi drink water at all? It seems like that guy should be really thirsty after eating all of these dry enemies. But in any case, be careful if you've engaged the fuzzy effect. It will make getting over these platforms a lot more difficult, and there are some good items to collect here, including a 1-up that's carried by a fly guy. Whenever you get to this strangely shaped rock formation, Takashi, did you sneak that in here? You'll be able to move on, but let's look at a different strategy. You probably want to avoid the fuzzies if you can. It's more fun to eat them, but if you use your eggs or Koopa shells, you'll be able to blast through them, and you can also flutter high up in the sky to get over them. There are a lot of them here, so avoiding them can be tough, but it does make getting over these platforms a bit easier. Maybe this was supposed to teach kids some kind of lesson. Back in the 90s, we had the DARE program and this game. That was about it. So whichever way you take to get across that area, we'll emerge in this section, where we'll find another middle ring, which we'll use to establish a checkpoint, and then we'll be able to grab this superstar to turn into Super Mario. But first, use some eggs to break out this yellow rock so that the star will be able to drop down. Once you grab the star, make sure you're holding down the Y button so that you're running. Mario will stick to the walls, so unless you jump, you can just hold one direction and you'll be able to get through that entire area. Over here, you'll be able to collect another star, and then we're going to try to drift through the air using Mario's parachute to get the rest of these coins. The individual coins, the ones that are by themselves, those are red coins, so you want to make sure to get those. If you missed any, you can head back to the left and try to grab them with eggs or bounce off of enemies. Down here under this ledge, if you jump and press down in mid-air, you can smash through that trampoline, and in this tiny crevice we'll find a hidden 1-up. Once we have it, we'll use the spring ball to get back to the top, and then we'll make for the goal line. Just like we've done before, we're going to position Yoshi so that he's right in front of the goal, and then we're going to keep pausing until it looks like one of those flowers has just lit up, and assuming that we've collected all 5 flowers, we can hold up and right and just start mashing the B button, and that should get us the bonus stage every time. It certainly worked this time, and we had a perfect score of 100 points. But before we go on, I do want to point out that in this area with the superstar, if you jump on top of an enemy and vault up to where the star is, it's possible to get stuck here if you don't have any eggs. So you'll see we didn't break through that yellow rock, and now Mario is trapped, and Yoshi is trapped too, unless you have an item in your inventory you can use to break through, like this egg. So try not to get stuck up here. I do believe this was fixed for the Game Boy Advance version. Next up is Stage 4-2, the Cave of the Lakitus. Now, there are two ways of getting into the Cave of the Lakitus. You'll want to fire an egg at the piranha plant on the left side over here so that you can enter this pipe. That will take you down to this bonus area, and if you fire an egg so that that cloud is pointing to the right, it'll hit that Koopa shell, and you'll clear enough enemies to get a 1-up. Not bad. Now over here is where the two paths converge, so if you entered from the right side, you'll come in near this spot, and we'll head down these stairs where we can get a few red coins. Hit the POW block from underneath to clear all of the enemies on screen, turning them into stars. Now I can tell you for a fact, if I were a Lakitu, I wouldn't be anywhere near a POW block. That's just reckless. You can't eat that tap-tap enemy, but you can push it to the right, and up here, if you bounce off this spring, there's a POW block that's slightly off screen, but just as effective for taking out the enemies. Make sure to get all of the coins here, several of them are red coins, and then we want to drop down and to the left, where we'll find this crate that we can push over to the left, and we don't want to miss this question mark cloud, because it contains a flower that we need for 100%. Do a power stomp on the crate to release some stars, or coins if you already have maxed out your countdown timer, and then we'll jump on this large spring to get back up to the top. We'll use a few eggs to get rid of these piranha plants, and you'll see a red exclamation point switch here, but we're going to skip it for just a moment, because over here it looks like we need to make a decision, and we knocked that Koopa shell to the left to get a 1-up. But whenever we come back later, he'll have respawned, so we'll hit the switch and drop into this hidden cave, where we're going to be free falling. That talking box recommends using a magnifying glass item here, but if you collect all of the coins, you don't have to worry about missing any red ones. To do an extended flutter while you're falling like this, whenever it seems like your flutter has ended, you need to release the button, but very quickly press and hold it again. So that will keep your legs kicking. And we did a pretty good job of getting all of the coins, and if you missed any down at the bottom, you can collect them with eggs. But let's say you missed a coin higher up. Well, that's not actually a problem, because the red switch keeps respawning, and you can keep doing this falling course as many times as you need to get all of the coins. Now the only one we missed is way down at the bottom, but it's still there, and just make sure that you get all of the red ones, and when you get back up, this time we're going to try to fire a shell when the Koopa is facing to the right, and we want to sort of hit it behind it to push it over to the right side. That will guide it into the flower, and over here, if you need to get over those piranha plants because you don't have any eggs, you want to jump a bit to the left first and then flutter over, but you'll be much safer if you just hit those guys with an egg. If you kick a shell over on the far left and follow it over here to the right, it should launch off those stairs and get that flower, and then we can drop down into this pipe where we'll be able to collect a red coin, and then with a bit of patience, we'll be able to strike this balloon and get the key to a bonus stage. Getting into this pipe that's under the stairs can be a little bit tricky. You just want to drop off the right side there and flutter to the left. And up here, we'll use our key to open a throwing balloons minigame. Now we're going to use the competitive strategy here. For this one, we're going to let the bar fill up 5 times. So that's the second time, and after the 5th time, we're going to quickly key in the sequence and send the balloon back with about half of the bar filled up. So now we're going to quickly key it in. You can wait a little bit on the last instruction, but don't wait too long because you'll send it over with very little time left, and it should pop on the Bandit, netting you a prize. Back out in the cave, we're going to head over here to the right where we'll establish a checkpoint, and then we're going to watch out for these fang bats. You can eat them to make eggs, and you can also eat the Lakitus that are in the wall here to make eggs. So try to get rid of them quickly so they can't throw spiky balls at you. You'll also want to try to collect the coins here. Many of them are red coins that we need. And once you get to the bottom, you'll see that there's a flower. First we can strike this cloud, which would contain some stars if we didn't already have a maxed out timer. And to get this flower, we're going to ride on this platform that looks like a hot dog, walk off of it to the right, and then just flutter, and that should take you right underneath the flower where you'll be easily able to grab it. If you don't want to do that, you can just come from the top there. And in this spot, we're going to fire an egg whenever that rotating cloud is almost turned near the coin. So 1 turn away and 1 turn away from this flower. So right now. And if you timed it right, you'll be able to get that red coin and the flower, which should give us enough for 100%. We're going to use our pause buffering strategy, and that looks like a good one. And with it, we should be able to guarantee the bonus stage. Of course we did. Before we play the bonus stage, let's take a look at our score. We have 30 stars, 20 coins, and 5 flowers for a perfect 100 points. And our bonus game is drawing lots. We're going to flip over a card and see if we win something, and oh great, it's Kamek. You get nothing. Good day, sir. Moving on, stage 4-3 is called Don't Look Back. An ominous title for sure. We've seen platforms like these before, and it looks like we're supposed to go running across to the right, but definitely do not do that. It's a trap. You'll find yourself up against a wall with nowhere to go but dead. Instead, you want to ride on these balloons and use those platforms as a sort of safety net. If you fall down below, run back to the left to get to solid ground. Up here near the top, don't miss this fly guy that has a red coin, and there are a few more red coins in the upper part of this area, like these 2 right here. The ones in the lower part are not red coins, but there is a flower over on the right side. And besides, if there are coins, we're going to try to get them. That's just how we do things around here. As long as you have the platforms below you, grabbing the coins doesn't constitute a major risk, but if you do have to run across those platforms, then maybe you should just get on the balloons and head up to the top. When you're riding a balloon, it will slowly drift upwards, but if you hop up into the air, you allow the balloon to float upwards underneath you, and then you can stand on it again so that you can jump up higher. This is the fastest way to use the balloons. Don't miss these 2 coins as we head over to the right, and we can grab a few more coins around these precarious platforms. These platforms will fall off if you linger on them for too long, at least on the left or the right side. The dead center is quite safe. Over here we'll find a suspicious green pipe, and yes, we can go up inside of it, and on the left we'll find this cloud that contains a helicopter transformation. We're going to be confined to a small space here, and we want to grab as many coins as possible, but the most important coins are the ones in the middle up here at the top. Those are red coins. We can also hit this middle ring, which not only will establish a checkpoint and grant us some more stars, but it'll also clear out that annoying enemy. Very nice. Down here at the bottom, we can hit that Yoshi head block to end the transformation early, but if you run out of time, it's not that big of a deal. Standing on this cannon reveals a hidden cloud that contains a 1-up, and there's a red coin over on the left, and up here at the top, there's a flower. So make sure to get those items. And over here, there's not just some eggs, there's also a fly guy that has a red coin. Make sure to get it before he flies away. We want to time a throw here so that shell hits the flying paratroopa, and if we do it correctly, we'll be able to get a 1-up. Not bad. With a big flutter to the right, we can grab this Koopa shell and then spit it at a fly guy to make him drop his red coin before he flies away. Don't forget that it takes 3 hits to get rid of a wild patooey plant, but if you run out of eggs, they're always spitting spiky balls at you, which you can eat and use to make more eggs, so you'll always have plenty of ammo. You'll see the outline of platforms here because when you hit this switch, those platforms will come to life. Quickly head over here to the left where we can grab some eggs and use them to strike this cloud which contains a flower. You don't want to be standing on those platforms whenever they disappear, so make sure to hop over here near this tulip before the time expires. Tossing in a Koopa shell is a great way to get stars out of that red tulip, and over here we have another wild patooey plant to deal with, and you want to remember that they will fire 3 projectiles in a row, 2 far ones, and then 1 shorter throw. You can grab those with your tongue and swallow them to make eggs, and then throw them back at the patooey plant to defeat it. Over here, we'll want to get a boost off of an enemy to grab those coins, or you can just fire eggs at them, your choice. After crossing this middle ring, we have a choice to make, and I think that taking the upper path here is not just the easier choice, but the better one as well. We're going to inflate this big red balloon by jumping on this pump, and if you do your big stomp attack, you can fill it up more quickly. Once you've filled it up completely, you're going to ride it to the right, and you just want to position Yoshi so that you can collect the coins, but you may have to jump occasionally to get some of them, and as the balloon gets smaller, it will get more and more difficult to collect all of the coins. Near the end, you'll find some 1-ups, so the longer you can ride the balloon, the better. And if you make it all the way to the goal line, you'll find a string of red coins, and then 3 fly guys carrying 1-ups, which is an awesome bonus. But what about the other path? Believe it or not, there are 2 goal lines here, and before we head down to the bottom, we'll grab these last 2 coins, which, be honest, you thought I was going to miss. The area down below can be accessed from several places, but this will give us the full experience. If we strike one of these blue balloon ghosts with several eggs, it will pop, releasing a switch. Now, it may be possible to get all of the coins here before the switch runs out, but I think that trying to get them all may actually result in getting fewer than just trying to get as many as you can grab. As you head over here to the right, be ready to quickly eat these balloons, which are called mock-ups. They're supposed to be traps that will explode if they inflate too much, but if you eat them fast enough, they do pay out with 1-ups. So if you're able to get the bait without getting killed, who's really getting trapped here? And that brings us to the second goal line. We'll use our pause buffering strategy, and we'll actually cross the goal this time. Of course, we got the bonus stage, so let's tally up our score, And this time we had 30 stars, 20 coins, and 5 flowers for another perfect 100%. And what bonus stage is it that we put in so much effort to unlock? It's the drawing lots game, and let's see what we get. A Kamek head. Nice. Yep, once again we got nothing, but it's fine. We already have plenty of items. Stage 4-4 is Marching Milde's Fort? I'm not sure what the official pronunciation is here. I kinda like Milde, but I could be wrong. As we head across to the right here, we'll get chased by an enormous Chomp. It looks like you need to hurry to the right, but if you slow down, the Chomp will slow down too, so it really just stops you from going backwards. When you reach the end, the Chomp will bite into some bricks that it can't break, and with a tear in its eye, will drop to its death. Oh, that took a turn. Fire an egg at a cloud to release a stairway, and do the same up here to release another one. That will allow us to reach this upper area where we can enter this pipe and go down deeper into the fortress. Now it looks like we should cross that middle ring, but there's only so many middle rings here, and I do like to get something accomplished first. It's a bit of a risk. If we die, we'll have to start over at the beginning of the stage. But if we can complete this very difficult area filled with lava that can instantly kill you, we can grab the middle ring afterwards, and then if we were to die, we wouldn't have to repeat this part. You can eat those lava bubbles, but they just make you spit fire, and none of the enemies in this room are vulnerable to fire attacks. Especially that Hot Lips that spits lethal streams of lava. Even the Ice Melon can't stop that guy, but you can hit it with an egg, which doesn't really kill the Hot Lips, but it does make it retreat into the lava. So make sure to hit it before it can hit you with a strong stream of lava. That strong stream of lava is definitely deadly. Do not go through the door here without getting the key first. That would be a disaster. We need to get several keys here, and now that we have that one, we'll cross the middle ring, and then we're going to go down here where we can find a second key. The plan is to get the most difficult keys first, or at least the ones where you're most likely to die. In that first room, there was a lot of deadly lava, and in here, there are deadly thorns. So you don't want to hit those thorns, and watch out for these grunt enemies. They have spiky helmets so you can't stomp on them, but you can hit them with eggs or just eat them. We'll aim an egg to get the flower over there on the left, and down here there are 2 red coins in this matrix, so use some eggs to grab them, and then we're going to hop across to the right. This blue rotating arrow platform will disappear a short time after we start riding it, so we don't have all day with this one. Just take it up here to the top, and don't miss the 2 red coins in that set. You can take door E or F here, both will take you to this room, where you'll want to hop to the middle and fire an egg straight upward at the cloud to get the key. Don't worry if you fall down to the bottom, it's actually safe. There's a door down there that will lead you back to the main room, but you do need to take the top door to get out of there. Now that we have the 2 most difficult keys to get, we're going to go through that first locked door, and there's a middle ring that we can use inside. Now that's the last middle ring that we're going to see until we have all of the keys, and although we can unlock this door over here on the right, we don't have another key to go any farther. So it's back to the main hall, but the remaining 2 keys that we need to get are not that tough. We're going to do the one in the upper right next. You can do these in either order. It looks like there should be a bunch of thorns in here, but there really aren't. There are a few thorns to be fair, but This one's more about bandits and sniffets than anything else. Fire eggs at this cracked wall to break on through to the other side. And you'll see that if you run out of eggs, there's a handy block there to replenish your ammo. In here, we'll need to smash through even more walls, and these are those Arkanoid or breakout style blocks that bounce the eggs all over the room whenever you hit them. So strike those to break through, and over here on the right we'll find a cloud that contains some stars or coins if you're all filled up. And down here there's a few sniffets, which can be easily eaten. Sniffets are just another in the long line of Super Mario Bros. 2 enemies that have become canon. And while they were very dangerous in their original debut, they're a lot easier to deal with here. Just grab them with your tongue and turn them into eggs. Watch out for the thorns here and make sure to hit that cloud to get a flower. And down here at the bottom we'll have to deal with some bandits. You can bounce on their head 3 times to defeat a bandit. You can't eat them though, but you can push them with your tongue to get them out of the way. If you have items like the POW block or the question mark cloud, this could be a good spot to use them so that you can clear out those bandits and then blast through the thorns to get over to the area where you'll find the key. The best way to deal with bandits is usually to use your power stomp attack, but it can be harder to use where the ceilings are low, but not impossible if you're good. Use your eggs to get through the wall, and that will bring us back to the door that we entered through, and that'll take us back to the main hallway. The last key in the upper left corner is the easiest one to get. There are a bunch of enemies in here, but they're all of the plant style, so even if you do get hit, it's not like these enemies can run away with the baby, so as long as you can get a hold of Baby Mario, you should be fine. Whack this piranha plant with an egg so that you can get the 2 red coins in the cache behind him, and you can also smash that crate to get some stars. Flutter over to the right, and in this area, you want to hit that blowhard with an egg to stun it, and then I like to go straight up the middle here. The walls will protect you from the blowhards, and then you'll easily be able to get to the top. We'll find a critical red coin here in the upper right corner, and then we'll flutter over to the left where we can refill our eggs, and then we'll smash this wall to find another hidden question mark cloud, and that one would contain some stars. We'll smash through these walls over here on the left, and that's going to bring us to the key. Aim carefully and fire, and we'll be able to get 1 red coin as well as several normal ones. Over here we can just eat these enemies as well as the pots that they came in, and it will take 3 eggs to get rid of this patooey plant which guards the key, but before we grab it we'll also get this flower. There it is, that's the last of the flowers that we needed, and with the key we can exit and head back to the center door. From here the boss is just a hop, skip, and a jump away. So we'll go through door K, hop over these enemies or eat them for eggs, and enter this door on the right, which will take us to this smaller room where you can eat those enemies at the top through the rocks if you need even more eggs. And in here, fire an egg straight across these coins so you don't have to deal with that platform, and just hop over to the locked door on the right. That was our last red coin, so in this room, we want to jump over these enemies so that we can hit them with the middle ring, which will turn them into stars. And that should hopefully bring your countdown timer up to 30 before entering the boss room, so that we'll have a chance at a perfect 100%. This time Kamek says that we're going to get pounded to bits, but that's actually just a clue on how to defeat the boss here. We're going to need to jump on top of the boss and use your ground pound attack to smash it. So jump up above, and press down in mid-air. That'll do your power stomp. And we're going to try to manage the enemies here by killing them one at a time. You don't want to have too many of those smaller enemies on the screen. That's how you can end up taking damage, which will ruin your perfect score. More than half of the boss is already gone, so we'll just keep breaking this guy down. And now that it's in tiny pieces, we'll just use some eggs to clean up the remaining boss. And that's it. We've defeated Marching Milde and completed Stage 4-4. But let's take a look at our score. 30 stars, 20 coins, and 5 flowers for another perfect 100. Let's keep those 100-point runs coming and head on into Stage 4-5, the Chomp Rock Zone. Here at the beginning of the stage, a talking block will explain to us what a Chomp Rock is, as if we've never seen one before. Now, if you bounce off of this enemy, you can go over this wall to the right, which is a bit of a shortcut, but this is the Chomp Rock Zone, and if you're trying to get 100% here, we're going to need to take the rock. We're going to really want the rock down at the bottom of this area where we're going to use it as a platform, but it's not like it isn't useful. You can just push this rock and plow through all of the enemies in this zone, which is quite awesome. Sometimes to keep it rolling, we're going to need to smash some posts, and over here there are 4 of them that we'll want to get out of the way, or at least the 2 on the left side. But if you smash the ones on the right, we can find a hidden cloud. So just smash them all. If you can get between 2 posts, you can smash 2 at the same time. We'll smash these last 2 posts to keep everything neat, and you'll see that when we roll the rock through that spot, a hidden question mark cloud appears, and it did not appear when Yoshi just walked through there, so you need the Chomp Rock to make it spawn. Before we go on, we're going to take a short detour over here on the right. We'll smash this yellow rock and then kick this shell to the right, and if we chase it over to the left, it will hit enough enemies for us to get a 1-up. The game loves to set up kicking a Koopa shell into enemies for an extra life, but it's fun to do, so I think it's good design. Very satisfying. Don't miss those 2 red coins down over in the detour area, and then push this Chomp Rock all the way over here to the left, where we'll need to smash this post to move forward, but make sure to hit that cloud first. You don't want to lose your Chomp Rock in that divot. Hitting the cloud will create a little red bridge that we can use for the rock to roll on, and then we'll just put our weight on the right side of it to get it moving, and we'll keep pushing the rock along. We can use the rock as a platform here to help reach this flower, and after we grab it, we'll just continue pushing it to the right, where it will roll on some of that yellow rock and break through down to where we need it to go. Well, we'll just keep on pushing the rock. There's some enemies here to smash through, and at the end of this tunnel, we'll be able to grab a red coin carried by a fly guy, but we'll want to avoid those bombs being dropped by balloons at the same time. Here's a middle ring for us to cross, and then we can just keep rolling the rock to the right. You can roll it fairly recklessly here. You'll be stopped by a post at the end, which we will have to smash. Power stomp that post to push it into the ground, and then we'll be back to rolling. Feel like Fred Flintstone here. Lucky me working down at the gravel pit, moving rocks on a purple dinosaur I sit. Down here we're going to be very happy to have the rock, so we'll push it back a little bit to the left and get it into position so that we can jump up here where we'll be able to get 3 red coins and a flower, and then we have a little bit more rock work to do. But first we'll pound some of these posts. So pound this one down to that level, and we want them all to be even just like that. and then we're going to push the rock over to the right and smash that switch. We're going to have a limited amount of time, but we'll be able to push the rock all the way to the end and then use it as a platform. So quickly push the rock all the way to the end, don't miss the 2 red coins at the very end there, and then hop off the rock to get up here to the door. There is another door that leads out of that area, but you won't be able to take this rock with you if you don't go through door A. Now keep using your stomp attack to make that Eggo dill shed its petals. Don't let them drop on you though. If you don't do the stomping attack, it will start throwing those at you. And over here, we'll keep pushing the rock over to the right, and we'll be able to clear out some enemies that are in our way, and we'll grab the coins as we do it. So just keep pushing the rock all the way to the right. We've done a lot of rock pushing here in Chomp Rock Zone, but we're almost to the goal line now. And whenever we get this far, if you need some more eggs, there is a Shy Guy spawning pipe over there on the left. And here we're going to fire an egg upward at that question mark cloud to make the stairs appear. But if you have the rock, you can head over through that little crevice, and then we're going to smash this clay platform and push it to the left so that we can grab all of these coins, including a big string of red ones at the end. And that's not all. There's a pipe here that takes us to the last flower of stage 4 or 5, and to get it, we're going to release this spring, throw an egg at that enemy, and then flutter up here in this corner so that he'll throw the egg at us, allowing us to get the last flower. So, baseball boy with the assist. Very nice. And with that, we'll reach the goal line. Just like we always do, we'll position Yoshi right in front of the goal, and we'll do a pause buffer until we see one of those flowers light up, and then we're going to hold up and right and mash B to guarantee the bonus stage. Let's take a look at our score. You are not going to believe this. 30 stars, 20 coins, and 5 flowers for a total of 100 points. Let's play the bonus. It's Scratch and Match. A classic. Well, we're going to scratch 3 boxes. We know that the one down in the lower left is almost always a Mario head, maybe more than 90% of the time. So we'll scratch these 2, and we got one lucky one, and we'll scratch the lucky box down here in the lower left, and this time we're going to end with 2 extra lives. Pretty good. So we'll redeem that scratch-off ticket for lives, and then we'll head over to stage 4-6. This one is Lake Shore Paradise. It looks like there's trouble in paradise. Although with its warm sunset color palette and beautiful waterfalls in the background, other than being infested with Koopas, this place looks quite nice. If you duck under this wall and head over here, you'll find a hidden red coin and a small room with a tulip inside, and you can just grab the shell they've nicely provided and toss it in for some stars. After filling up our countdown timer, we'll head back outside where we can start proceeding across to the right. The gimmick in this stage is we're going to be creating bridges, which will make it a little bit easier to get across the water without running afoul of some fish. Spit out a shell to wipe out these guys, and you'll see what I mean over here. We're going to target this question mark cloud, which will fall out of the sky, creating a red bridge for us to walk across. Now it'll be a little bit easier to grab the Shy Guys that spawn from this pipe so that we can make some eggs. And we'll definitely want to get that red coin carried by a fly guy, and then we can strike this cloud, which will make another bridge. Although these bridges are not entirely necessary, you could certainly get across without them, but it does make things a little bit easier. This shell will clear the way to a flower, so just let it do its job, and then we'll drop down in and grab our prize. Over here, we'll try to avoid some jumping fish as we hop across, and if you're brave, we we can do something a little bit risky down here and drop under this platform where we'll find a hidden 1-up. I don't recommend lingering in the water. There are a lot of fish around here, and we're going to hop from platform to platform and use this spring to get some red coins, as well as a flower up here. So we'll grab those items, we'll hop over that question mark cloud so that we can eat that fly guy and get the precious red coin he was carrying, and then we'll hit this cloud, which will complete another bridge, and that will make it easier to collect the stars that come out of this cloud. You definitely don't want all those stars to fall in the water, so make the bridge first. And you may have noticed on the map that there is a bonus stage here. So we're going to hit this crate and stomp on it. And inside we'll find a key. Don't let that key sink down into the water. It sinks rather slowly for a key. And then we'll head over here where we can collect a couple of red coins before bouncing off of this big spring, which will take us up to the bonus hut. And this time it's the popping balloons game. So you need to be centered on a balloon and then use your ground pound or power stomp to pop the balloons. And try to pop as many as you can before the bandit finds the prize. We were doing so well there. Though sometimes you lose that bonus game, that's just how it goes. But we'll head down here through this door, and that will take us into a cave. Inside this cave, we'll find a red coin, and then we can hit this middle ring to establish a checkpoint. You'll notice that there's one of those plants that usually spawns eggs, but this time it's spitting out prickly balls, and if you hit those the wrong way, they can damage you. However, if you're carrying a full clutch of 6 eggs, the plant won't spit any more of those prickly balls out, and you'll be totally safe. So make sure to max out your eggs, and then you can grab this flower with no fear, and we can also eat those fish to get them out of the way. There's another shy guy before the door, so we'll eat him, and then we'll head back outside for just a brief moment so that we can enter this door, taking us into the cave's other side. Claw daddies are back. These crabs attack by enlarging one of their claws and then spinning it around, and can be defeated by hitting them with 3 of your eggs, or 3 of pretty much anything. We'll eat the shy guy that was patrolling the top of that area to replenish one of our eggs, and we're going to need it because there's another claw daddy which will take 3 more eggs to remove. There's a few hopping shy guys over here that we can eat for eggs, and we want to get this fish out of the way, although it does not produce an egg. And here, this plant is a proper egg dispensing plant, so we can restock some eggs. And right above this, there's going to be another claw daddy, but before we go up there, we can dip under this wall where there is a huge hidden area. If you've been missing some red coins here in stage 4-6, this is probably where they are. You can grab this vertically moving platform with your tongue, and then you can move it to another location, maybe so that we can safely get across those spikes, although we do have plenty of flutter power to get across them without it. Over here to the left, this platform will help us get these higher coins, and then we can carry it over to the right where it will keep us safe over these lethal spikes. You do not want to touch those spikes, you will die. Some of the coins that we need over in the far right corner are placed pretty high up, so we'll pick up another one of those platforms and we'll carry it over here where we can use it to grab this cache of coins, and then we'll drop down below where there's even more coins for us to collect. In total, there are 5 hidden red coins around here, and once you have them all, use the platforms to get back to the lower left corner where we'll be able to return to the main cave. So we're just going to flutter across and then drop down here, and that'll take us to the exit. Back here in the main cave, we'll go underneath this overhang and you'll want to make sure to refill your eggs with this egg dispenser, although it looks like we're in good shape, because we're going to fire 3 eggs into this Claw Daddy to get it out of the way. And then we'll be able to grab a few more eggs, and we're going to blast through the wall on the right, and that's going to lead us to the door that will take us to the finish line. Don't miss the hidden cloud in that wall that will contain some stars if your countdown timer is not already maxed out. And here is the door we were looking for. Outside, quickly grab that fly guy so that we can get its red coin before he flies away. And then we're going to head around here to the left and clear out those enemies, and we'll be able to get a red coin down at the bottom. You'll notice that there's another flower and a fly guy with a red coin, but we'll get to those in just a moment. For now, head over here where you'll see several of these question mark clouds, and we'll strike that one in the front first. This one in the middle would contain some stars, and the one at the end will extend a very long bridge for us, and that's how we're going to get over to where that flower is. So we'll head over here. There's the fly guy, which we can grab with an upward tongue motion, and then we'll just hop into the flower to collect it. And those are the last items that we needed for 100%. The goal line is so close, but there's a patooey plant and some shy guys on stilts in our way. We'll use our tongue to knock this guy back into the water, and he can't swim, and you'll also see that the water ahead is churning with drowning shy guys, which is a bit disturbing. We'll grab this Koopa shell and fire it at this patooey plant. Remember, the plant will do 2 long throws and then 1 short one, and we'll follow it up with 2 egg tosses to finish him off. And there's the goal. We'll position Yoshi in front of it, do the pause buffer, hold up and right and mash B, and we should get the bonus stage. We did. The red Yoshi catches baby Mario so that he can carry him on across state lines and... Oh, across state lines? Carrying a child? Are we literally human trafficking here? Well, in any case, it's the drawing lots minigame again. And let's see if we can be a bit more lucky this time. Not picking that upper left corner again. And yeah, there was Kamek. Well, we got a POW block this time. Not bad. Up ahead is stage 4-7, Ride Like the Wind. And this is another stage where we can do a warp shortcut. This is one of the easiest warp shortcuts to execute in the game. And if you are very good, you can do a little shortcut here at the beginning by fluttering at just the right time to reach that platform. It's tricky, but possible. The actual warp is at the top of this area, so we're just going to work our way up past all of these Koopas, blast them with shells, do whatever you need to do, and fire a shell upwards here to release a spring. Now here's where the trick is. You're just going to stand slightly left of center on this spring ball and do a big jump towards the left wall, holding down left and B the entire time. If you hit the right spot, you'll be warped here to the sky above stage 1-1, where you need to flutter to the right 8 times, and then as you drop off the bottom of the screen, flutter to the right 1 more time to load in the rest of the stage. If you don't do that, you will die, but if you executed it correctly, you'll be able to finish here, and crossing this goal line counts as completing stage 4-7. The next few warp tricks that I'm going to show in this guide are going to be much more difficult than this one, so if you want to practice warping, this is a good place to start. So obviously, we're not actually done with stage 4-7. We're going to go back in there, and this time, let's ride like the wind for real. At the beginning of the stage, we'll find our first flower guarded by a pair of Koopa paratroopas, and yeah, you could hop on their backs and maybe get out of there alive, but if you just clear them out and fire an egg down there, you can get it much more safely. Hop off of this spring up over the piranha plant and then double back to the left, grabbing the coins along the way. A few of them are red coins. Then jump off of this platform before it drops out from below you, and that will bring you up to this ledge. After collecting some stars, we'll head across to the right, and over here we'll enter a cave where we'll meet a Huffin' Puffin. These large birds can be distracted by stomping on them, and then you can grab their babies, which can be thrown like eggs, but they boomerang around and return to you. You'll have to do some tricky stuff to take Huffin' Puffin chicks to another stage, so you'll mostly just be able to use them here. In the upper left corner here, we'll find the spring ball that we used to warp earlier, but if we don't do the warp, we'll be able to use the spring ball to reach a bonus area. So launch up here, and you'll be able to grab a few eggs, and then we're going to pump up another one of these big red balloons, and we'll use our ground pound this time, which will fill it up faster. This feels very similar to the red balloon ride that we did previously, and none of these coins are red coins, so just do your best to collect as many as possible. It gets very difficult whenever the balloon gets small, so don't feel bad if you can't get the last few coins. If you do fall off the balloon, the ground below is totally safe, so you'll just need to run to the right to exit this bonus area, and that's what we're going to do here in a moment, although we can grab a few coins that we missed on the way down. As a bit of extra icing on the cake, as we exit the bonus area, we can land on this transformation bubble. Go Yoshi Copter! You may have noticed the fly guy with the 1-up. Don't worry, we'll go back for it, but for now just work your way over to this Yoshi head block and we'll be able to transform back into our normal form. And we'll drop down here to get a few of those stars, but if we head back to the left, you'll see that there's some items that we skipped that we definitely want to pick up, including some red coins, the 1-up, and a flower. The next area features many platforms for us to ride, but before we do any of that, we can drop down to the left where we'll hit a middle ring to establish a checkpoint, and if we drop down again, we'll find this hidden question mark block that would contain some stars, and a crate that contains a key to a bonus area. Once you have the key, ride this slow-moving green platform up to this spot, and wait for a bullet bill to fire. Hop off the back of the bullet and you'll be able to grab a flower and then unlock the bonus hut to play a gather coins minigame. Maybe it's just me, but it feels like the bandit is way more aggressive this time and will attack Yoshi in such a way that will leave you stunned. So that'll make it hard to gather the coins. You can try to stomp on this bandit, which will slow him down, and trying to float up close to the cannon may make it easier to grab some coins. But sometimes it seems like the cannon tosses the coin right to the bandit. Luckily, if it's a tie, Yoshi wins, so we just need to match the bandit's score or go higher to receive an item. With the bonus stage shuttered, we'll go back to riding like the wind. Head down here to the bottom and follow the red arrow to this rotating platform, which is one that we will rotate manually. You want to bring it over here so that we can get these red coins, and then there's a few more down at the bottom. Move the platform the other way if you need to. If you take the platform too far to the right, it will fall off the track, so once you get all of the coins, abandon it for this red hot dog platform. Hop up here where you'll find a flower, and then drop down to the right where we'll ride another red hot dog platform up through some red coins, and you'll need to hop off onto this platform and then onto this last one. But that one is safe. It will land on a track and you can grab a flower as well as the last few red coins before using your pause buffer strategy to ensure a bonus stage after crossing the goal line. This run should definitely improve the awful score that we got when we did the shortcut, and here we have 30 stars, 20 coins, and 5 flowers for a perfect 100 points. That is much better than 12. Here we have Scratch and Match again. We know that the best box to scratch is in the lower left corner, but we already have 145 lives, so we'll try some different boxes this time. These two are toadies, so trying different boxes, not really a great strategy. But this one here on the left, that's a Mario head, which is good for another 1-up, which will just add to our total. So we'll throw that high score up on the board, and a castle looms in the distance. It's stage 4-8, Hookbill the Koopa's Castle. Why do the Koopas have such a strongly fortified position here on Yoshi's Island? Should they even call it Yoshi's Island at this point? It doesn't look like there's any Yoshi castles around. This place should probably be Koopa Island. Anyways, kick a shell at that flower so you don't have to get too close to the lava, where there are some Hot Lips enemies that will spit streams of deadly lava at you. You just want to stay far away from those. Fire an egg at this bucket to release some coins, and then eat these Boo Guy enemies to make some eggs. A beautiful illustration of the circle of life here on Yoshi's Island. As soon as you see that spiked ball lift off of this cracked stone, strike the stone with an egg and hurry through to the right. Down here, we'll strike another stone, but this time we're going to drop down below, where we'll find the door marked A on the map. This door takes us deeper inside the castle, and in here we're going to strike some of these clouds with eggs so that we can make some stairways. Over here, we can grab a few more eggs if we need them from these blocks, and that spiky ball won't hit you as long as you're not jumping. You don't have to duck down. Circle around the room, grabbing the coins as you go and striking these question mark clouds to make more stairs. The coins that you're most trying to get are the ones down in this set, so grab those two in the middle. They are red coins. We'll hit this cloud to finish the stairways around here, and then we'll hop up above this question mark cloud where we can quickly fire an egg, and that's going to make a small set of stairs that will lead over to the upper hallway. Before we go though, we can hit this block a few more times to replenish our egg supply, and then we'll move onward. Grab the flower and go through the gate. Over here, we'll be able to get some stars and a couple of yellow eggs by hitting these blocks and then retrieving the egg that they turn into. Yellow eggs will release coins whenever you strike enemies with them, so those are always nice to have. Through this door, we'll see that's where the previous path was, and if we throw a shell this way, we can get a 1-up. Not bad. Now we'll grab another shell and drop straight down. There's a little trick we can do over here. If you run and release a shell holding up as you jump there, you can bounce the shell off the wall and get up to this door quite quickly. But the normal way of doing it is to just spit a shell over here to hit that cloud. So doing that trick doesn't save you a ton of time. It does look cool though. Grab that red coin and head through this door, which will bring us to the other side of this inner part of the castle, where we can get a couple of red coins and then smash that crate to release the key that we need. After passing through the gate, we'll go through this door once again, and back outside, we're going to go to this upper area, and you'll notice there's a cracked block in the ceiling. If you strike it with an egg, you'll open up the way to this hidden room, and in here, we'll need to clear out all of the enemies to get 1 red coin. Yep, that's all you get, but we will need it to get 100%. So if you've been missing a red coin here in stage 4-8, that's probably it. Speaking of red coins, there's a few of them above the thorns here, but make sure to grab them before the blue rotating arrow platform disappears. In this room, we'll have to deal with Fishing Lakitu. This guy never learns. You blast him in the face with an egg, and he'll be back again in seconds to try to steal your baby away. So be vigilant. Fishing Lakitu will be back at any moment, and that time he got to us, but we did eat him, and we retrieved baby Mario before taking too much damage. You'll need some eggs in this room to break through, and if you don't have enough, you may have to go back down the pipe. Once you've cleared the way above, you'll want to get the 2 flowers. There's one on each side, and we can collect a few more eggs once the space opens up. This is the boss door, and if you're worried about getting 100%, as long as your countdown timer is at 20 or higher, you'll be fine, because there's a middle ring here which will restore 10 points and establish a checkpoint. Once you're ready, plunge into the fog, and on the other side, it will be time to face the boss, Hookbill the Koopa. Hookbill the Koopa is probably my favorite boss design in the game. He looks very cool and has lots of fun animations, A+. Once again, Kamek appears to enlarge this Koopa Troopa, turning it into a powerful boss. The trick here is we need to fire eggs at Hookbill's head and neck area to knock him up onto his feet and then back onto his shell, and once he's on his back, we can jump on him and do our ground pound. That's the only way to damage Hookbill. After he takes a damage, the shell will bounce towards you, so stay away from that. And if you run out of eggs, you just need to hop on the boss's back and he'll spit a few out for you. If you ever get behind the boss, he will turn around to face you, and it only takes 3 hits to defeat Hookbill. Now, we've hit Hookbill 2 times already, so whenever you deliver the 3rd and final hit, if you can hit Hookbill in mid-air after throwing the last egg to knock him over, before he lands on the ground, here it is in slow motion. So we threw the egg and then immediately did the ground pound. If you do that, Yoshi will be launched up into the stratosphere, and this key retrieval cutscene will look a little bit different. But you don't have to do this, it's just for fun, and only attempt this trick when the boss is facing left. There's Yoshi just materializing out of thin air. If you try to do it when the boss is facing right, it will freeze up the game and you'll have to reset. Once again, we got a perfect 100 points, and that means we had a perfect score on all 8 stages here, which unlocks extra 4 and a new bonus game. Before we check those things out, we'll get to see a cutscene of Yoshi destroying Hookbill's castle and planting another Yoshi flag. And there it is, nothing but a fireball. And with that, we could move on to World 5, but let's go back and see these extras. The bonus stage that was unlocked here is the best bonus stage of them all, matching cards. The easy way, of course, to win at matching cards is to snap a quick picture of the answer key here before the cards flip over. And I'm going to speed up the footage, but with this bonus stage unlocked, we should have no problem getting an inventory full of items every time we load up the game. So unlocking this bonus stage is definitely worth it. Of course, the last item match is replaced with a 10 extra life item, so you can also use this bonus stage to fill up your lives. It's all kinds of good. And then there's stage extra 4. The impossible maze? I think that's how you'd say it. This maze is certainly not impossible, but it can be difficult to figure out. There are two sides to the maze. There's the dark area, and this one that has a lot of water currents that push you around. You see that enemy over there on the right? If you see one of those, eat it as quickly as possible because it will grab the baby and run away. That thing is nasty. To get through the impossible question mark maze, we just need to get to the door marked J on the map, but it's a bit more complicated than that. To get into door J, we'll need to enter through the side with the water currents, and you'll need to push a crate so that you can reach the door by standing on it. If you're looking at the map here, just try to follow the alphabet in order. That will get you all of the items for 100% and also bring you where you need to go to escape the maze. Getting 100% here doesn't unlock anything extra, but we're doing it anyways. And we're going to jump across here carefully, and we want to go up to where that crate is. So hop over to the left and we can just push the crate out of the way and you'll see what's on the other side of this door. That's one that we don't really need to go through, but on the other side we're going to push the crate down and then we're going to stomp on it to get some stars. We're going to need some crates later to stand on, but we don't need that particular one right now. So we'll head down here on the right side to get those red coins, avoiding that very scary enemy at the bottom. And then we're going to go across the bottom where we can grab a couple of red eggs, and then we'll enter this door, which is marked E on the map. Door E takes us to this room filled with spring balls, and if we bounce up to the top, you'll see that it connects back to door D, which we went through earlier. So that loops us back to the top, and this time we're not going to smash this crate, we're going to use it as a platform. So push it down on the right side, keep pushing, and here we're going to drop it down and it will slide over to the right, and if we push it over some more, we'll be able to stand on it and reach an area that was previously inaccessible. Or at least it looks inaccessible. If you're good at the perfect flutter technique, you can time a flutter to reach it without the crate. We'll fire an egg around here and that can get us 2 red coins and a flower, and then we'll go through door F, which leads to a mole tank transformation. Climb the tight shaft over here on the right. You'll grab some coins over on the left side. There's a red coin at the end. And then as we climb some more, there's another set of coins with another red one. So we'll get those, and then we'll hit the Yoshi block up at the top, where we can strike another question mark cloud to get a few more stars. Now we don't quite have the 30 stars that we need just yet, but right outside the door, you'll notice that there's a crate which we can smash to get some more stars. So we'll smash it, we'll round up those stars, and then we're going to go back through the door to reset the crate. We're going to want that crate in a minute here. Back outside of door I, we're going to push this crate off to the left, and it will slide down here, and then we'll push it to the left again. That's going to bring it down to this spot, where we'll position it underneath this doorway, and now we can go inside. This is door H, and there's a helicopter transformation bubble in here, and if we fly fast enough, we can grab 4 red coins near the top of this shaft. So fly up here, grab those coins, and then we will hit this transformation block, and we can strike that piranha plant with an egg. That'll get them out of the way, and we'll go through door I, which will bring us to the very top where there are 2 flashing blocks. Turn those into flashing eggs, and we'll need to use them on an enemy to make sure that we get red coins out of them. Now we have another crate which is going to just naturally flow down with the water, and we'll have to push it over here to the left. So get those flashing eggs ready, and watch out for that enemy which will try to take your baby away, and then enter door J. You'll need to position the crate directly underneath it to go inside. This will take us to the goal line, but we have a bit of business to attend to first. We'll strike that piranha plant with one of our flashing eggs to get a red coin, and then we'll just duck down and let the current push us over here to the right, where we're going to hit this enemy with our other flashing egg to make the last red coin, and then we'll do a little bit of pause buffering so that we can get the bonus stage as we pass through the goal line. It's so dark down here you can barely see that we got the bonus challenge, but that fanfare of trumpets confirms it. And we also got 30 stars, 20 coins, and 5 flowers for another perfect 100 points, although of course that doesn't unlock anything special. Before we leave World 4 behind, we'll do one more scratch-and match. So let's see, upper left, maybe the one on the far left, and I don't know, want to try the middle this time? Just see what happens. It doesn't really matter. We have so many lives, we'll never lose 160 of them, unless we bet badly at the roulette table. We'll add another one up to our total, and another perfect score to our record. And with that, we'll grab the tab for World 5, and we're on to 5-1 Blizzard. The sky looks clear as the stage begins, but the snow starts coming in quickly. Also coming in quickly, Thunder Lakitus. Watch out for them. Here's one right now. That fireball will hit the ground and spread out, rippling across the area. If you jump on a Thunder Lakitu, you can steal its cloud, which will bring you up to the top where you can get the flower, or with just a nice perfect flutter, you can reach it without the cloud. Of course, the easiest way to get that flower is to pound this post, and then punch this block to make it larger, which will easily get you up to where you need to go. Don't mess around with Thunder Lakitu. As soon as you see that guy, do anything you can to get rid of him. Hit him with an egg, eat him, stomp on him, whatever it takes. Don't let him throw too many fireballs at you. Once you get far enough to the right, the Thunder Lakitus will stop antagonizing you. So hopefully we'll get there now. And as we climb up here, watch out for that little gray enemy. It can spit a fairly large spiky ball at you, so eat it as soon as you see it. Dropping down here looks dangerous, but if you flutter to the left, you'll find a crate that contains a key, which we can use to unlock a bonus hut later on in the stage. Replenish your egg supply down here at the bottom because there are 2 wild patooey plants up here, and that's a bit awkward considering each of them takes 3 eggs to defeat, and we can only carry 5 eggs when you have a key. After a quick restock, we'll be ready to take out this wild patooey. 1, 2, 3, it's gone, and behind it there's a hidden question mark cloud that contains some stars. We'll grab those and bounce up here where we'll find another question mark cloud containing stars. And over here, there's a few coins for us to grab. That one's a red coin. Just avoid the Chomp rocks here, and you'll want to get that red coin as well. If you try to ride on a Chomp rock here, you'll end up falling down into a hole. So just avoid them and climb up to this area where we can aim an egg at this flower to easily grab it. Over here, we'll eat the Lakitu that was popping out of the wall, and we'll bounce up this way where we'll meet a few bumpties. Bumpties are small penguin-like birds that you can't swallow to turn into eggs, but you can eat them and spit them back out to attack other enemies. Our key unlocked another throwing balloons minigame, and after receiving the balloon, we're just going to wait for 5 bars to fill up. So that's 3, and then 4, And after the 5th one, this guy is fast, so make sure this bar is at least 3/4 full before you send it back. That should be enough. And we got the prize, 2 extra lives. Yay? You know what's even better than this bonus hut? The green sky pipe behind it. So go up in here and we're going to transform into a helicopter, and we want to find all 5 red coins, which are down in this lower part. There's probably not enough time to collect all of the coins here, and there's a higher density of coins in the top part of this room, so once you get all 5 of the red coins, I would advise going up there. Just make sure you get all the important ones first, and you can see big clusters of coins up here. We'll loot this left side, and if we have enough time, we'll go over to the right, and, well, it doesn't look like we're gonna have enough time today. But we got quite a few coins there, and we definitely found the important ones. This door labeled B on the map will take us to the next section, and it's a cave. Like many stages in Yoshi's Island, a cave is part of it, so we shouldn't be too surprised. There are also some icy floors here that you'll slide around on, and because this is a 2D platforming game, slippery surfaces are required by law, so you knew we'd see them sooner or later. Strike this cloud to create a set of stairs that will take us up to a middle ring, nice, and there's also a little grouping of coins, one of which is a red coin. From here, the cave gets a bit more interesting. There are icicles which can hurt you, and many of them will fall when you get too close. Other ones don't fall, so you need to strike them with eggs to get them out of your way. You can hit whatever icicles you need to with your eggs, so if there are any that just seem like they're a little bit too low, hit them with an egg and they will be taken care of. Don't try to jump over those small gaps without clearing out the icicles first. Grab a blue melon to enable a few shots of Yoshi's Frost Breath, which can be used to chill out enemies like Bumpties, and that will make them safe to pass over. Watch out for the falling icicles, just let them fall before moving forward. And over here, we'll hit this question mark cloud to release some stars, or some coins if we have enough. Back outside, we're almost to the goal line, but if we head up here on the left, there's a hidden green melon in this tree, and with it, we can spit seeds at that flashing fly guy. The first 3 hits will get you a coin, the second 2 will get you a 1-up. There are several red fly guys here carrying red coins, so keep your eyes open for them. There's one now. We'll blast it with a melon seed, and then we'll grab this flower the same way. This pokey enemy is tossing a spiky ball, and whenever you grab it, it will make the pokey enemy sad, but it will also make it retract its spikes so you won't take damage if you touch it. Don't forget to pound that post to get a red coin, and over here, Thunder Lakitus is back. Eat him or his cloud quickly to get him out of the way. Here's another one of those red coin carrying fly guys, and this question mark cloud would contain some stars if we didn't already have a maxed out counter. We touched that pokey just as it was creating a spiky ball, so we took a bit of damage there, but I think we'll be okay. Because we're going to enter a room here in a moment that has 2 of those red tulips, and oh, we took more damage. Well, I think we're still fine here. We want to hop on top of that Thunder Lakitus so we can ride his cloud, and this is the pipe we were looking for. There's a red coin here, so you won't want to miss that, but there's also a couple of shells that we can toss into these tulips to release a bunch of stars. We're so close to the goal line, this is a great opportunity to refill our star counter so that we can get the maximum of 30. Once we have all the loot, we'll go back into the pipe. I'm not sure why it isn't snowing in there, but it definitely is out here. down at the bottom, you can get even more stars if you need them from that question mark cloud. Watch out for that hovering bumpty there. And that's not a flower, that's a dizzy dandy. Jump over the dizzy dandy and use this spring ball to release a red switch. The switch will keep us safe as we drop down into these little crevices to grab some coins, and you can toss bumpties into each other to clear them out. And there's the goal. We'll do a bit of pause buffering, and that looks like a good one. Hold up and right and mash B to exit out of the pause screen. And we got the bonus stage again. Awesome. Now sure, we got the bonus stage, but did we get 100%? 30 stars, 20 coins, 5 flowers. Total points, 100. We did it again. It looks like we're playing flip cards again. Remember, you need to voluntarily exit the bonus challenge after you find some items, because if you hit a Kamek head, you lose anything that you revealed. So we will exit, and it looks like we'll get to win an egg refill and a question mark cloud item. Perfect. Next up, we have stage 5-2, ride the ski lifts. But as the stage opens up, there are no ski lifts in sight, just a large snowball. And if you keep pushing this snowball around, it'll get bigger and bigger, but it does have an upper limit. If you push it all the way over to the left, you'll find this hidden question mark cloud that has a 1-up inside. And strangely, if you fire an egg upward here, you'll find a hidden egg. And there's a yellow block in this tree that you can hit from underneath to get a yellow egg. Sometimes it feels like the developers are just hiding stuff to hide things, like literal Easter eggs. In any case, the snowball works sort of like a Chomp rock, although it's noticeably bigger. And we can stand on it to reach some red coins, and we can push it through some enemies. So we're just going to shove it over to the right, and when we get to the end, it'll be nice to have a little platform to jump up on. And from there, we'll abandon the snowball and hit this middle ring to establish a checkpoint. From here, we'll hop up to the next section, where we'll immediately be able to grab a flower, and over here there's a hidden question mark block that contains a red switch. And there are the ski lifts, although if you have the switch active, you'll notice this safety net of platforms below us that you can just run across. Once the power of the switch expires though, I recommend sticking to the ski lifts, although you could hijack Lakitus' cloud, or just flutter across the large gaps if you're good at doing multiple flutters. There's a lot of stuff to grab here, so if you're interested in getting 100%, you may have to bounce around on the ski lifts back and forth a few times to get everything. If the bumpty birds in this area are getting in your way, you won't be able to swallow them to make eggs, but you can grab them with your tongue and then spit one bird into another. Here's another of those red switches that will give you a safety net of platforms. So we'll use it to run over this way, but you'll see that the platforms are actually concealing some of the coins there. So we'll need to wait for the switch to expire before we can get these ones. The best way to get those coins below is to hit them with an egg. So whenever we go back across there, we'll be able to do that. If you want to activate the switch again, it does respawn, so you can just head back over to the left and hit it again, and that could be good for getting the stars or coins that you'll find in the cloud near the end. Use the R or L button to lock in a shot so that you can grab those coins. There are 2 red coins in that grouping, and over here we'll find a middle ring to establish a checkpoint, and then we'll head deeper into stage 5-2. Before we do anything else in this section, let's hit this hidden switch and go down into this hidden area, where we'll fall down this very tall shaft, and at the bottom we'll find an invincibility star that will allow Baby Mario to get infinite coins from this block. or at least infinite until the invincibility runs out. There are 4 other stars here in the room, but they will disappear if your invincibility ever wears off, so make sure to grab a new one just before the last one runs out. I'm not sure how a box this size could contain so many coins, and I suspect that it may be somehow creating counterfeit copies. But the game accepts them, and as far as I know, there's no such thing as the Yoshi's Island Secret Service, so I think we're in the clear. Outside, a blizzard is a-brewin', and this snowman enemy that you see, he's the one they call Dr. Freezegood, and he's gonna make you feel all cold. Well, even if you bump into him, you won't take any damage, but you can't slurp him with your tongue. So you'll need to jump on him or maybe use eggs to get him out of the way, because that guy can knock you around, and that'll be a problem while you're riding the ski lifts. We're gonna hop on this ski lift and take it for a ride. At first, if you fall off, it's not a big deal. There's some safe ground just below, and it's not that hard to get back onto the lift. We're only riding it because there are a couple of fly guys here that we can eat with 1-ups, so we're looking for them, and there's the second one. But now, if we were to fall off, that could result in death. So if you fall off of the lift at this point, you want to try to flutter to the left side. You may be able to find some safe ground over there. There are a few bumpties in the road here. Grab them with your tongue, and if your mouth is full, spit that bumpty into another one, or into something like this question mark cloud, which would release some stars if you didn't already have a maxed out countdown timer. But we did, so we got coins instead. Keep hopping from platform to platform here, grabbing the coins and avoiding the enemies, because we are very close to the goal line. We can drop down here and wait for another platform. We'll take out a Dr. Freezegood, and we can just ride this one all the way to the goal. And if you have all 5 flowers, it seems like this usually works out if you just let it push you through the goal line. I typically get the bonus stage when I do that, so it worked out this time. It may not work out every time. I'm sure that if you jump up early or something, it may throw off the timing, but we got 30 stars, 20 coins, and 5 flowers for another perfect 100 points, and we have the flip cards game. We're going to flip over some cards and try not to be too greedy, because if you get kicked out of this bonus stage, you leave with nothing. Now, if you reveal 3 good items, don't reveal any more cards. It's possible to get more than 3 items, but your chances of losing and getting nothing are very high. Next up on our list is Stage 5-3, Danger, Icy Conditions Ahead, although I checked the forecast, and it looks like there's some good packed powder on the slopes. Now this talking box fancies himself a scientist, and will tell us some interesting facts that you may not be aware of. Ice is slippery, and fire can melt it? What? I know, crazy, right? I have some ice cubes in my freezer. I need to devise an experiment. In any case, use an egg to strike that question mark cloud to make a bridge, and that carnivorous red tulip will eat pretty much any meat that you feed it, but it would love a bumpty. So feed it a bumpty and it will spit out some stars for you, and we'll collect those up to increase our countdown timer. Over this way, we'll toss a bumpty into this piranha plant, clearing them both, or you can just use an egg to clear out the piranha plants, so we'll take aim and fire on this one. That will also work. Did you know that if you hop on top of a fish over here and flutter upwards, you can get on top of the ice here? And then you can just run across all the way to the end of this section. Now, there's a bunch of items here that we actually want to collect, so we'll go back and do it the normal way, but that is a little bit of a shortcut. Strike this bucket with an egg or an enemy, and when you hop into it while it's on the water, you can move it right or left to make it a little bit easier to get across. That way you won't have any trouble jumping out of the water to reach these coins, and we'll use it just to get to the end. Over here, we're going to find another one of those red melons, which we can use to breathe 3 fireballs. So we'll want to use them somewhere strategic. Over here is some ice that we'd like to clear out to get these red coins, so we'll definitely use a fireball there, and one on the other side so that we can move through. How you use the third fiery blast is up to you. You won't be able to bring it with you into this section. Over here we have some ice and a spring ball, and if we fire an egg at this question mark cloud, we'll find another red melon, and we can use it to melt the ice that blocks this middle ring, and that will allow us to establish a checkpoint. We can also melt this ice so that we can get a flower, and while that invincibility star is useful, let's head over here to the right and grab a few of these items first. You won't be able to get these while you're running as Baby Mario because he doesn't have a tongue to grab things with. Over here, we're about far enough now, so we're going to go back and get that invincibility star, and then we're just going to run to the right. Don't miss the flower either. That's one of the items that we need for 100%. As Baby Mario, make sure that you're holding down Y to run because you need to make it to the next invincibility star before the previous one wears off. You'll have some red platforms to help you out, and you don't want to go in that door. You want to run the entire way to the far right side, where we'll find this hidden crate and a pipe that will take us to a bonus area. If you don't care about getting a bunch of coins, you could skip this pipe and just go on to the next part. But up in this bonus area, we're going to find a helicopter transformation and just so many coins. None of these are red coins, so we don't need them to get 100%, but they are very satisfying to collect. The bumpties can slow you down here, and we only have a limited amount of time before the transformation wears off, but I have some good news for you. You can actually take your time collecting the coins here, because when the transformation does wear off, you'll be taken back to the bubble, and although it seems like we can't jump high enough to reach it, we can grab one of these bumpties down from the sky using our tongue, and then spit it out over here. And when we jump on top of it, we'll be able to reach this ledge, and then we could transform into the helicopter again. The power-up will keep respawning, so you can collect the coins in 1 run, 2 runs, 20 runs. Take as many as you need. You can also just move on. We don't need to collect all of the coins, and we already have well over 150 lives, so I think we're going to be okay, assuming we don't bet them all away at the roulette tables. But we'll grab these last 3 coins anyways, and then we'll head down the pipe. We'll emerge from our pipe right near a closed doorway, and that's the other way that we could have gotten here from the first section. And we're going to collect these coins because that one is a red coin, and over here we have some Dr. Freeze goods riding the ski lifts, and we'll want to turn them into dust by jumping on them, or it seems like if you toss an enemy or an egg at them, or just get too close to these guys, they'll hop off of the ski lift as if to sort of make room for Yoshi. I'm not sure what happens to the Dr. Freeze goods that jump off the platforms, or why they wear red solo cups on their heads, but I hope those little guys are alright. Over here, there are some sort of random thorns blocking the way. I'm not sure how they formed on those ice cubes, but they did. So strike them with a few eggs, and once you've cleared them out, we can get more eggs from this egg dispensing block, so we'll be able to refill our collection before moving on. Does anyone else think that it's strange that the noise Yoshi's feet make whenever he's scraping on the ice is the same one that the mouse enemies make when they appear? The ground makes a different noise whenever we get to this part of the snow, and we just saw a Dr. Freezegood wearing skis because the ski slopes are nearby. Whenever you pass through this middle ring and enter what appears to be an unlocked bonus hut, Yoshi will emerge wearing skis and we will head down the slope. It appears that we did the thing where we spit out an enemy as we pass through the middle ring, and now it looks like Yoshi's mouth is full, but that will go away whenever we put on the skis. This part can be quite difficult if you're trying to get 100%. Many of the coins that you see are ones that you need, and you need to carefully time your jumps to land on a few of the flowers. If you mess up, you can just drop into a pit and restart from the middle ring. It may take a bit of practice to get everything. This section of the slope contains no red coins and is very easy to get across, so just ride down at full speed, all french fries, no pizza, and you should have no problem getting across the big gap. This part with its beautiful rainbow sky is breathtaking, but don't forget to jump over the rocks here. If you clip a rock, you'll start rolling into a snowball, and if there is a deadly gap ahead, you'll fall into it. You won't have any control over Yoshi. You can see what that looks like here at the very end. If you clip that last rock, you won't die. And that brings us to the goal line. There are no enemies here, so we're just going to move Yoshi as close to the goal as we can, and we're going to do our pause buffering strategy. As soon as we see one of those flowers light up, we're going to hold up and right and mash B, and that will cancel out of the pause menu, and we should time it just perfectly to get the bonus. This time we got 30 stars, 20 coins, and 5 flowers for another perfect 100 points. And that's one of the more difficult 100% to get in this game. Here we have yet another flip card game. And let's see what we get this time. A toady is worth nothing, and okay, a plus 10 stars, not bad. And let's not press our luck any farther. 10 stars and a question mark cloud is not a bad haul. Our next stop is stage 5-4, Sluggy the Unshaven's Fort. And this is another stage where we can do a warp shortcut, but this may be the most difficult warp shortcut in the game. After making the stairway here, grab a Shy Guy, and we need to move sort of quickly so that Yoshi doesn't accidentally swallow it. We need to head to the first green pipe, and when we get there, we're going to jump across and start smashing eggs into this wall to clear out those thorns below. Now we're going to launch the Shy Guy upward from this side of the pipe, and he should land over on the right side. And we're going to start aiming an egg upward, and we'll press L or R to lock the targeting reticle in place. Jump and bounce off the Shy Guy, and you're going to hold left to press up against the left wall here, and as soon as Yoshi disappears off the screen, hold up and left. Then you're watching that X on the screen. When it touches the very bottom of the screen, you'll hold B to start fluttering, and you want to keep holding up and left as you flutter. If you do it correctly, you'll warp here to the sky above stage 1-1, where you need to flutter 8 times to the right, and then as you drop off the screen at the bottom, flutter to the right again to load in the next part of the stage. Now we just need to make it to the goal line, and like with all of the other warp shortcuts, whenever we cross this goal line, it counts as finishing stage 5-4, so we won't have to fight the boss at all. This is difficult to do, but with a little bit of practice, it is possible, and it's a very big shortcut if you can pull it off. But that's not stage 5-4's only secret. If we go back in there, we'll notice that there's a mysterious room right near the beginning of the stage. We can grab an enemy to make into an egg if we want to, but if you head in here, you'll find a chain chomp enemy, and this enemy cannot be defeated through normal means. In fact, if you get too close to it, it will warn you by getting larger, but you can take damage from it if you hit it from the right angle. So instead, what we need to do is use an item like a question mark cloud or a POW block, which will clear out that chain chomp, and a hidden door will appear. This door takes us to a room that just has a talking box in it, but the talking box has an interesting secret. On the level select screen, if you hold the select button and press XXYBA, it will unlock a code. Now you can do this without ever meeting that talking box. In fact, you can do it right at the beginning of the game, but this will allow you to practice those bonus games that you usually need to unlock with a key, and there are 2 of them that you can play in 2-player mode. So that's kind of fun. The prizes that you get for winning these mini games are real, so this code could actually be very advantageous to use near the beginning of the game before you're able to easily get items from the unlocked bonus stages at the end of each world. Of course, we won't be unlocking anything anytime soon if we don't get all of the items here in stage 5-4. So let's hop back into the beginning, and over here on the right side, you can turn these yellow blocks into yellow eggs, which when they strike an enemy will release some coins for you, so that's kind of nice. But all the way over here you'll find a hidden cloud that contains some stars. So that'll give us a good start on our countdown timer. These stairs will take us up to the area where we did that warp shortcut, but if we climb them and then do a big jump across to the left, we can find this hidden area, and inside we'll be able to get a red coin, and if we go deep enough, there's also a flower, but watch out for the thorns. You can try to clear some of them using your eggs, but make sure you have enough to unlock the flower at the end. Being careful not to touch any of those lethal thorns, we're going to flutter back across to the right, and these enemies are called Georgette jellies. If you grab them with your tongue, they turn into balls when you spit them out, and if you stomp them, yeah, that's pretty gross. But over here we'll find another enemy, a dangling ghost, that's attached to the ceiling. If you hit it with an egg, it will be stunned for a moment, and you'll want to do that before you try to walk by the dangling ghost, or it will steal your baby, either to use as an empty vessel for its soul, or maybe just to provide some mortal companionship while it's stuck there on the ceiling. Either way, you'll want to head down into this pipe where you'll find 3 sluggies, and if you dispose of them, either by eating them or hitting them with eggs, stomping on them, whatever you want to do, you'll be able to win a flower. Back above ground, we're going to strike this question mark cloud to create a bridge across these thorns, and while it may be possible to just flutter across without using the bridge, if you touch those thorns, they are deadly, so using the bridge is highly recommended. You can get under this dangling ghost, and once we're on the other side, we can just use some eggs to collect these coins. If the eggs bounce off the ceiling a few times, they'll change color, and then if they hit the dangling ghost, they may release some stars or coins for you. Nice. Break through a cracked block with an egg, and then hop from the edge of that platform up here to snag a red coin. We can ride this platform across to the right, where we can turn back and ride on this platform to get the coins below. Stay on the left side and face to the right. That will get you going, and you'll find a red coin amongst the grouping there. We'll ride back across, and there are 2 question mark clouds here. If you hit this one, it will create a stairway on this side, and if you hit the other one, it would create a stairway going the other direction. Either of them will work, but by making the stairway going this way, we still have an open path to go backwards if we want to. Over here on the left, we want to take the bottom path, Up at the top, there are a few question mark clouds, but they just contain a single coin each, so they're sort of decoys. Down here, we'll find some stars, and then we can take this pipe, which leads to a bonus area. And there are 2 red coins at the very beginning, as well as a hidden one up near the pipe. We'll fire an egg down there on the left side and then get the one up, and you can go left or right here, but I recommend going right. I think we'll be able to collect more coins this way. Here we have more of that strange yellow substance that you can get your head stuck in for a brief moment. What is that stuff exactly? You don't need to use it here, you can just stay at the bottom, but it will make it a little bit easier to get across without tangling with those enemies. Then we'll ride this fast-moving platform, which takes us to a gate that leads to the exit of this area, but we can use some eggs here to try to collect even more coins. Without getting anywhere near those deadly spikes, we can fire some eggs from down here at the bottom, and with some good aim, we can collect a number of the coins above. We could probably get more of them if we want to take more time down here, so I'll try a couple more shots. But they're just normal coins, not red ones, so if you need to leave a few behind, it's not a big deal. This pipe releases us near a bunch of thorns, but we can just strike this question mark cloud to be able to easily get across them. Up here, we'll cross the middle ring to establish a checkpoint, and then we can eat these sluggies to make more eggs if we need ammo, because we want to try to hit that flashing shy guy with some eggs. The first shot was a miss, but we got him once, and the next 2 hits will give us coins, but the 4th and 5th hit on a flashing shy guy are worth extra lives, so don't eat those guys, hit them with eggs instead. On the other side of that dangling ghost, we'll find a big staircase that stretches out over a large area. Once we get to the top of it, we're going to stun this dangling ghost over on the left side, and then we'll drop down and flutter to the left to get these coins. The coins we actually need are in these clusters though. There are 2 red coins there, and after you have them, you can just work your way back to the steps. Then we'll follow the red arrow signs up to this area where we can strike a cloud that would contain stars or coins. We're going to drop off and flutter near these coins to get under that dangling ghost, and over here we should probably stun this dangling ghost and just jump and flutter to the right, but if you're feeling brave, you can follow the coins and collect them as you fall. You'll want to grab the very last coin in that set. It's a red coin, regardless of how you get across there. Now in this room there's a balancing board, so you want to get all of these coins, but don't forget to drop down here on the right through this gate, where we'll be able to get a flower, and then we can smash this clay substance. Just smash it down, jump and press down, jump and press down, and then we can push it over to the right once it's flattened, and when it hits the wall, we can reform it into a platform we can use to climb up to the pipe. For this next long stretch, we're going to ride on this platform carried by a ghost. And look out, Bert from Sesame Street, that may be the largest unibrow of all time. Bushy eyebrows aside, this ghost seems friendly, but he's not going to wait around for you, so collect the items and then quickly get back to the platform. Over here, we'll be able to eat some of these enemies to make eggs, and you may want to have a few more eggs in your collection, because over here, we can use them to grab some coins or maybe some other items. So we'll ride up here, we can hop over and grab the coins, and then we'll just drop down here. So drop down and duck. We're going to need to get under this wall, and then we'll use one of our eggs to strike this question mark cloud, which could contain some stars. You don't need to duck under those thorns, so we'll hop across to get the red coins here, and then we'll wait and just catch the platform as it moves underneath. Up here there are 2 fly guys that we can take out to get red coins, and then we'll quickly get back to the platform. We are getting very close to the end. Don't fall off the platform now. The leftmost coin in that grouping is a red coin, and if we break the wall on the right, we'll be able to get a flower. And then we'll continue to ride across where we can pick up another egg, we can break some thorns as well as that cracked block, and then we'll have access to this question mark cloud that contains a 1-up. The arrow here tells us what we need to do. Hop across, patiently wait for the platform here, and then we're going to duck to get under this next wall, but we have to jump over those thorns. Very, very tricky. Wait here, duck down, and we'll be able to grab some coins on the other side. That enemy should not be able to reach you once you're far enough to the right. And over here, there's a hidden item in the corner here, so take out that enemy by eating it, and then reveal the cloud and strike it for a 1-up. And that will bring us to the next door. If you just run at full speed to the right here, those slugs should harmlessly drop behind you, although you could eat them to make some eggs. Because it's time to face the boss, Sluggy the Unshaven. Just before Kamek enlarges this boss, he tells us that this slug has no weak points, but Kamek is full of lies. There is a very obvious weak point, the slug's beating heart. The trick here is to head left until only a tiny bit of the boss is on the screen, and then you can just start firing off eggs to the right. They should bounce off the ceiling at such an angle that they'll hit the boss's heart, and many of the eggs will come back at you so you can fire them again. If you run out of eggs, there's an egg dispensing plant over on the far left, but we don't have all day here. We need to defeat Sluggy before he makes it all the way to the far left side. Otherwise, we're going to get pushed off the edge, and that would be instant death. Just keep up the pressure and you should have no problem winning here. It only takes 4 direct hits to Sluggy's heart to defeat him, and once he's out of the way, we'll tally up our score, and it looks like we have 30 stars, 20 coins, and 5 flowers once again for another perfect 100 points. We'll fix our previous low score of 11. That looks better. And then we'll head on to stage 5-5, Goonie Rides. Goonies are the white birds that populate this stage, and yes, you can jump on their backs to ride them, but that doesn't mean they're completely safe. Stay away from the beak, if you know what I mean. Now, you can also eat Goonies and swallow them to turn them into eggs, or you can strike them with eggs to get them out of the way. The large Goonies don't turn into big eggs, unfortunately. If you eat them, you'll just get a normal sized egg. So yes, you can eat that Goonie, and we're going to hop over here to the right, where some Goonies will try to drop Shy Guys on us, and some small Goonies will come running in our direction. Those guys are quite dangerous. We're going to run by a few coins here just for a moment. We'll go back for those later, but first we're going to ride this Goonie bird over to this pipe, and inside we need to eliminate all of these bumpties. So grab them with your tongue and throw them into each other, or just toss them off the edge, and once they're all cleared, you'll be able to get a flower. So we'll need that for 100%, and when we emerge from the pipe, we'll flutter over to the left to get a few coins. I think the game expects us to jump on that Goonie to get those coins, but we are way smarter than that. Just carefully aim an egg, and you can get them all in a single toss. After picking up a few stars to add to our countdown timer, we'll head to the next area, and here we'll find a middle ring to establish a checkpoint, and we might just need it because we're going to transform into a helicopter, but these are very hostile skies. Helicopters have hated birds since the day they were invented, and that feud continues here on Yoshi's Island. Work your way around collecting the coins, but do not come into contact with any of those Goonies. They can knock you out of the sky. You also would rather not run out of time on this helicopter transformation, so try to collect any of the bubbles that you see. Follow this string of coins up towards the upper right corner, where we can grab another transformation bubble and a flower, and then fly all the way to the right underneath this patooey plant, where we'll be able to get another flower. We want all of that stuff, and down here we'll find a Yoshi head block to transform back into a purple dinosaur. With our feet back on the ground, we'll strike this question mark cloud to release some stars or coins, and then we'll head on to the next section where we can find a middle ring, the last one before the goal line. The goal line is close, but it may take a few aerial maneuvers to get there. We'll strike that fly guy to release a cloud filled with stars or coins, and then we're going to fire 3 eggs at this patooey plant to get it out of the way, because there's a hidden cloud underneath it that would also contain stars or coins. Back this way, we can eat a few Goonies to make more eggs, and you'll see that down below there's a flower that we want to grab, so we'll get rid of that piranha plant, and we'll also be able to collect 2 red coins for our troubles. Now it's time for a climb. Hit these 2 red blocks to turn them into red eggs, and then stomp on this red switch to reveal some coins, as well as some red platforms up above. Those platforms are not only handy to jump on, but they also block the shots of many of the wild patooey plants that try to attack you as you ascend. Up at the top, we'll be able to find our last flower, and once again, I think the game expects you to ride on a Goonie, but if you just aim a shot and jump, you can hit it with an egg from the ground. That seems a lot easier, and you'll also find some hidden stars just to the right of it. So fire some eggs there, and there are some not so hidden stars down near the goal line. Once we reach the end, we'll do our pause buffering, and whenever it looks like one of the flowers has just lit up, we'll hold up and right and start mashing B to cancel out of the pause and do a quick jump so that we'll get the bonus. And let's tally up our score. We got 30 stars, 20 coins, 5 flowers for another 100 points. Let's see our bonus game. It's roulette again. The best value bet here is to bet just 1 life, because if you roll the plus sign, you get the same amount of lives no matter how many you wagered. But we have a ton of lives, so let's go big, and we got times 3. That's 297 extra lives. Looks like I'm paid, that's all I gotta say. Can't see you other Yoshis, the money's in the way. Most of the outcomes on the roulette wheel are either neutral or positive for you. The only really bad one is multiplied by 0, so you can feel fairly safe betting a few lives each time you get the chance. Stage 5-6 is called Welcome to Cloud World, and I kinda thought we were in the Ice World. It sure seems strange to change up the theme right here in the middle, but I guess that's what's going on. This introduction to the not-so-friendly skies features Gusties, Lakitus, the Baseball Boys, and an auto-scrolling screen that, although it doesn't scroll very quickly, it can throw you off if you're not careful. Eat any enemies that enter your field of vision, especially Lakitus. You don't want to give that guy a chance to start throwing spiky balls at you. The Baseball Boys, on the other hand, will need a little bit of a different strategy. You can't just eat them. You'll need to jump on them and either hop on them several times to get rid of them, or just do your big downward stomping attack. 1 ground pound is all it takes. grab the smaller Huffin' Puffins so that you can use them as boomeranging eggs. We can use our Huffin' Puffins to clear out most of the enemies, but what will happen if we throw them at one of the baseball boys? Well, that sounds like something that we'll have to find out. Here's a couple baseball boys over here. Let's load up a Huffin' Puffin and see what happens. Oh, there you go. They treated it a lot like a normal egg, but it did still return to Yoshi. So, Huffin' Puffins may not be the best way to defeat baseball boys, but they are pretty good against some of the other enemies. Over here, when the platforms start to get smaller, you'll know that we're getting closer to the end of the auto-scroller. So just find some solid places to hang out and get back onto the larger clouds whenever you have a chance. Once again, we'll take out those Lakitus before they have a chance to attack us, and we'll use an egg on this piranha plant so that we can grab these 2 red coins. The Lakitus are aggressively showing up in pairs over here, so grab them with your tongue as quickly as possible. Even if one is already holding a spiked ball, you can still eat it. There's another Huffin' Puffin here if you need to replenish your Huffin' Puffin ammo, and it looks like those Lakitus are going to make their throws. You can eat the spiky balls out of the air or just try to avoid them. And at the end of this big cloud, there's going to be a short boardwalk, and then another longer cloud, and that's going to be the end here. So keep working your way across, and there is the bridge. Just a little bit farther now. Come on, auto-scroller. It doesn't seem like the Lakitus are showing up anymore, so we don't have to worry about them here at the end. And we will hop over to the right once those gusties get out of the way. And that's going to bring us to a middle ring that's going to top off our countdown timer as well as establish a checkpoint. And you do need to be careful around those small Goonies. You don't want to get tagged by them, especially once you're already up to the maximum of 30 on your countdown timer. And over here, we're going to ride on a balloon to get up to that precariously perched platform. So ride the balloon up, and you want to get into the second pipe here. That'll take you to this room where we can find a hidden question mark cloud, and when we stomp this switch, we'll find this hidden room that contains a ton of coins. The developers really hid this cache of coins away. None of them are red coins, but we'll collect them up and then head to the surface once we're done. So we'll go up through this pipe, and that's going to bring us back out into stage 5-6, where that baseball boy can hit that switch that will flip over the platforms. So we want him to flip it over at least one time so that we can jump onto the smooth side, but don't linger on the platform very long, because he could hit the switch again. There are a bunch of gusties up here near the top, and if you grab one with your tongue and spit it out up here, you can jump on it and then vault up over this green pipe, which will lead you to the top of this cloud, and then you can run across the top of the screen here, but it seems like you get blocked near the end. So we'll drop back down, and you can flutter to the right if you just want to head to the goal, but there is another red coin that we're missing, so we'll blast our way through these piranha plants, and then we'll take aim at these coins. That was the red coin, but we'll collect the other ones as well. We're going to flutter across here. If you miss that coin, you can grab it with an egg. And inside of that question mark is another set of stars or coins if your countdown timer is maxed out. Over here, we don't want to miss that last flower. We can just jump into it, or you can strike it with an egg, and that will bring us to the goal line. We'll get in front of it and do a bit of pause buffering. That looks like a good one. Now we'll hold up and right and just start mashing B, and that should get us the bonus stage. Let's see, there it is. And now we'll tally up our score. We have 30 stars, 20 coins, 5 flowers. That's 100 points. I know we've gotten a perfect score many times now, but that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be celebrated. And here we have flip cards. Let's try not to hit a Kamek. There we have a blue melon. Let's see. Oh, a toady. We're pressing our luck, and yeah, we're not going to get anything this time. We hit the Kamek. But that's okay. Let's head on to stage 5-7. This one's called Shifting Platforms Ahead. Do you like platforms, friend? Because we got way more than just shifting platforms here. We got circling platforms, rotating platforms, platforms that hop, platforms that leap, platforms of all different speeds and colors. Platforms, platforms, platforms. The first few platforms that you see are over solid ground, so those ones are safe, but once you get over here, this one is over some open air, so you definitely do not want to fall off. Whenever you jump onto one of these gray rocks, it'll start falling, so be careful about that. And over here, we're going to go around some spheres that are patrolled by ravens, and you won't be able to grab those ravens with your tongue, but you can smash them with a jumping attack. The track curves around and then up on this part, and that's when it reaches the end and starts to go backwards. We'll need to jump off onto one of these circular tracks and just keep on working our way up to the top. Bump these tap-tap enemies out of the way with your tongue. You won't be able to eat them, but you can shove them just the same. Over here, we're going to ride one of these Goonie birds over to this pipe, and that's going to allow us to enter it. Inside, we'll find a bonus area with a ton of coins. Now, none of these are red coins, and there are some dangerous spikes down at the bottom, so we do need to be a little bit cautious here, but you'll find a switch that will activate some platforms, as well as a question mark cloud that has some stars in it. If you want to go back across the coins again, you totally can, and the red switch will respawn on the right side. So you can keep jumping and trying to grab the coins as many times as you would like, and whenever you feel like you have enough, we'll head back down the pipe. It feels like you could spend all day trying to get all the coins in there. And we have a lot more platforms to ride on, so we're going to start rotating this one around, and when it reaches the end of the track, it will leap off, but it will catch that track below, so you don't have to worry about it falling. At least not the first time it leaps off the track. Don't let it leap off a second time. From here, we're going to jump on this fast-moving red platform, and we will ride it up to a spot where we can get a flower and 2 red coins, and then it'll drop us off near where we started. If there are any ravens in your way, hit them with an egg or stomp on them, and over here we're just going to leap from platform to platform until we reach this yellow one. We can also activate this slower moving green one, but we'll need to hop on these gray rocks to get across and move them out of the way, and then I like to stay with this faster yellow platform as we knock some tap-taps out of the way and grab the red coins that they are guarding. If we pop a few balloons over here, we can release this crate, and then we can do a ground pound attack on it to release some stars. It doesn't seem like we should be able to do our power stomp attack on that cloud, but it's actually quite solid. And over here, we'll find a pipe that leads to the next section. In this area, we'll ride this slow-moving platform downwards, and it's going to bring us to a looping track where we'll need to clear out a wild patooey plant. It takes 3 hits to defeat the patooey, and if you're out of eggs, you may need to eat the spiky balls that it tosses to replenish your ammo. Patooey plants always fire 2 long-range shots followed by a shorter one, and if you have enough eggs, you can clear out the wall behind the patooey, where you'll find 3 red coins and a flower. Pretty good. Head down and through this pipe to get to a checkpoint. And then we're going to quickly hop across these gray blocks. If you step on them for even a moment, they'll start falling, so you don't want to linger on any of these blocks for too long. We're getting close to the goal line, so it's time for our final test of this stage. We can hop from platform to platform here, but everything that you step on starts falling. So carefully jump from smaller platform to smaller platform, and you'll mostly want to avoid the larger ones, although they may help you get up to this upper area where you'll find a flower and 3 red coins. Once we get those 2 red coins over on the left, that should complete our collection, and there's the goal line. We'll do a bit of pause buffering, and when the timing is correct, we'll hop through and we should get the bonus stage. There it is. Now let's take a look at our score. This time around we got 30 stars, 20 coins, 5 flowers, for yet another perfect 100 points. Let's see what bonus game it is. Oh, it's roulette. Well, we won big last time. Let's bet big again. 99 lives, my good friend. Do you think if a cat wandered into this casino, it could bet a few of its 9 lives to possibly win more? Well, in any case, we got +0, which means we didn't win any lives, but we didn't lose any either. So this time we broke even. It sure looks like we got 99 extra lives though, but we had lost 99 to wager, so at the end it's a net 0. Next up we have stage 5-8. This is Raphael the Raven's castle. From the look of things, this castle is not just up in the sky, but it's in outer space. Be careful of that platform, it'll fall if you stand on the side of it. And over here, we can ride these fast-moving platforms upward, and if you jump while they're moving up, you'll get quite a bit of lift. This part of the castle is guarded by some of those shy guys that spin around medieval battle maces. So just wait for them to stop spinning, and you can hop on by, or just grab them with your tongue. If we eat this blue melon, we'll be able to spit frost, and that is the perfect thing for getting rid of these blowhards, which are notoriously difficult to deal with. The path curves upward over here, and this golden cannon will fire a bullet bill that can change directions in midair. Leap on top of one of them to get the boost you need to get up to the flower, and over here hop on another to get 2 red coins and another flower. We'll find one of those blue melons over here, which you can use to freeze the cannons, but don't freeze that cannon over on the right. We want to follow this bullet over here so that we can jump on top of it and reach a middle ring, as well as 3 red coins and another flower. This talking box, which was programmed by one of the characters from Wayne's World, recommends that we move this arrow platform to another location. Way! If you just rapidly fire off a few eggs around here, you should be able to clear out these cracked blocks. And even if you run out of eggs, there's an egg dispensing block right down there in the lower left, so you can easily replenish your supply. Don't miss the one up in the upper left corner, and once you've cleared out enough of the blocks, you can use your rotating arrow platform and ride it up to the top. I'm surprised that Baby Mario can even breathe in the thin atmosphere up here, but we want to ride this arrow platform upwards and make sure to collect all of the coins in this grouping. 3 of them are red coins. Riding on the back of a Goonie could help you collect them, but we don't want to rely on the Goonies here. Use that arrow platform to get up to this spot, where we'll clear out a few ravens by either stomping on them or hitting them with eggs, and then we'll go up through the pipe. There are quite a couple red coins here, so hop on the spinning 3D platforms to get them. Remember, the middle of those platforms is solid, even if the rest of it is not always. And make sure you head down to this door, which will bring us to a train room. We'll transform into the train, and most of the good stuff is over on the right side of the room, so that's where we're going to head first. We'll find several red coins over here, and at the end of the track, we'll even be able to get a flower. So we'll hit another transformation bubble to keep the train going, and make sure to hold down the Y button when you're on the track so that you'll move faster. At the end of the track here, we'll drop down and we'll catch a flower as we fall. Now we're going to wait for the transformation to run out because for some reason there's no transformation bubble here until it ends. But we can just collect another one, and this time we're going to go along the left side of the room, which is certainly less exciting than the right side, but there's a couple of coins over here, so we'll grab them quickly, and then we'll drop down here through the top, back to where the door is. After a few more moments, this transformation should wear off, and then we'll be able to take our baby and head back through door D, where we can continue climbing the castle. Back outside, we're going to hop on a spring ball, which will take us up to a spot where we can cross a middle ring and establish a checkpoint. And then there are more of those rotating 3D platforms up here. So just try to stay near the middle, grab the coins whenever the platform is solid, and head back to the center after you get them. You don't really need to collect the coins here. They're just normal coins, not the red variety. But you do want to make sure to avoid those running Goonies when you head up to this spot. You can stay over on the left side. That seems to be the safest area. And just let them get out of your way here so that you can hit this question mark cloud, which could contain stars. And then we'll enter the boss's room. Kamek arrives just in time to tell us that we will never enter the Koopa Kingdom. But don't tell us what we can and can't do, Kamek. We're going to dust this boss, and then we're heading directly into the Koopa Kingdom, just because you said not to. We're not going to fight Raphael the Raven in this tiny room. Instead, we're going to fight him out here on this strange spherical planet. And it definitely is giving me Super Mario Galaxy vibes. I wonder if this is where they got the idea. Gravity will keep us tethered to this small moon, and you'll notice that there are two posts protruding from it. Whenever the Raven is opposite one of the posts, you can do your ground pound attack on it, and if it pops out and hits the bird, you'll score a hit. After you hit Raphael twice, he'll turn this bright shade of reddish orange, and this is when he'll be able to release some sparks. If you just keep hopping on top of the boss's head, the sparks won't be able to get you, and you will only need to score one more hit with a post to finish the job. Once Raphael has been defeated, he will become a constellation out amongst the stars, and then we'll finally be able to retrieve the key that will open the Koopa Kingdom. But before we do any of that, let's take a look at our score. We had 30 stars, 20 coins, 5 flowers, for another perfect 100 points. And that means that we scored perfect hundreds across the board here in World 5, which is going to unlock Extra 5 and another bonus game. Now let's take a look at the cutscene where we destroy Raphael the Raven's castle so that we can replace it with a nice big Yoshi flag. It is quite a hike to get all the way to the top of Yoshi's Island, although the Raven's castle is not that impressive looking. Well, It's gone now, and we're going to be leaving this map behind because with a bright white glow, we've entered the underworld. This is the Koopa Kingdom, and this is where they've taken Luigi. But before we delve into the Koopa underworld, let's go back to World 5 and take a look at the bonus game we unlocked. It's the roulette game. Now this of course is the riskiest of the bonus games, and the best way to win here is to just bet one life at a time, but if you have a lot to work with, you can win big if you get a good spin. If you only bet one life, that's good value because if you roll a plus sign, you'll get the same amount of lives no matter how many you wagered. Your wager only matters if you hit a multiplication symbol, and then you could lose lives if you get multiplied by 0, or you can gain some if you get multiplied by 2 or 3. Extra 5 is Kamek's Revenge, and this is one of the few places in the game where Kamek attacks us directly. So watch out for wizards as you're working your way to the right here. We are going to need this key to unlock the second half of this stage, so do not pass it by. In this part, the baseball boys will throw eggs at you, and yeah, that's about as obnoxious as it sounds. Kamek also takes this opportunity to attack, so we're really getting it from all angles here. After grabbing some much needed stars from this cloud, we're going to smash this switch and then hurry across these red platforms to the right, but make sure that you grab the flower and 2 red coins carried by fly guys along the way. If you missed some items, you can hit the switch at the end of the path and then go back to the left. You'll see that the first red switch has respawned, so we can hit it again. This time when we hit the switch, we've already collected all of the items, so we're just going to hurry across. Well, after we get these stars, of course. There's another cloud here, and this one contains just the stars that we need to max out our counter. And once we get across a few more small platforms here, we're going to reach the next part of the stage. So we'll head over here, and this is where we need the key. We're going to hit this middle ring, and then we'll unlock what appears to be a bonus hut, but whenever we go inside, we emerge on skis. That's right, it's time for another skiing segment, and this one is even harder than the previous one. We're going to be attacked by Kamek as we're going down the slope, and there are many coins and flowers that we'll want to pick up along the way if we're trying to get 100%. Honestly, the skiing itself is not that difficult, it's getting all of the stuff that can be tough. And because this is one of the extra stages, you don't really need 100% here to unlock anything, but we're going to go for it anyways. The last part of this is actually a bit of a surprise. We're going to go flying over a big jump, and at the end, we'll land on a helicopter transformation bubble. Now, we're being attacked by the baseball boys and Kamek here, so you don't want to get knocked off the bottom of the screen, and you don't want to run out of time on your helicopter transformation, because if you do, you will fall to your death. So try to get all of the red coins and the flower in this area, and then whenever you grab the last transformation bubble up here, you're going to need to make a beeline for the goal. There are no transformation bubbles as you make this last part of the run, so you need to go as quickly as possible, but watch out for some bumpties and for Kamek himself. There's the last flower that we need, and if you make it in time, you can hit the Yoshi head block, and over here is where we're going to find the goal. Kamek is not guarding the goal line, so we'll position Yoshi in front of it, we'll do our pause buffering strategy, and then we'll hop through to guarantee yet another bonus stage, the last one here in World 5. Of course, we can't leave World 5 if we didn't get a perfect score here, but we got 30 stars, 20 coins, and 5 flowers for another perfect 100 points. And here we go again. It's roulette time. Let's bet big and see if we can win another enormous prize. And this time we have spun a plus. And it's +2, so we won 2 whole extra lives, which doesn't seem like great value considering that we wagered almost 100. Well, with 411 lives, I think we're gonna be okay. So we'll add another perfect score to the board, and then we'll grab the tab for World 6, where we'll enter 6-1, which is called Scary Skeleton Goonies. I've heard that Goonies never say die, and that's certainly true for these undead birds. They're functionally similar to their living counterparts, but they certainly look a lot different. The real danger here comes from these spear guys, and the ones that carry shields are defended from the front. So sneak up behind them and eat them, or pelt them with eggs. But these ones that just dance around with spears are vulnerable from all sides. So slurp your way through those twerking shy guys, and over here you'll find a cloud that contains some stars. But if we go a little bit farther, you'll see some red coins, as well as a platform with a spear guy on it. You can get that guy from below as long as you're not attacking his front, so that'll take him out. And we also got a coin from one of our yellow eggs. But up here on the platform, there's a hidden cloud that contains a red switch, and when we stomp it, it will reveal this optional bonus area. Of course, all the bonus areas are optional. What I mean to say is that this one's optional even if you're trying to get 100%, because there are no red coins or flowers down here. But there are a ton of normal coins, and there's a hidden one up right over here if you know where to look. So we'll grab some of these enemies, and then we'll toss an egg there near that grunt to find the hidden extra life. And then we'll just ride this platform through the coins, and it should take us on out of here. Once we're done in the bonus area, this platform will return us to the side of a wall. Very interesting. And we can continue our journey. If you need some eggs, you can restock your supply here, and we're going to need them to hit these question mark clouds, which will generate some bridges for us. These bridges are of course not completely necessary, but will make navigating these areas much easier. Before you blast that cloud above, there's a hidden one-up down here on the lower platform, so make sure to get that first, and then we can build the bridge that will make it easier to cross. Jump over any spear guys you see and eat them from behind, or just push them forward with your tongue. Both strategies will work. And it looks like the skeleton Goonies are dropping bombs on us now. And down here we can eat a flamer guy so that we can spit fire. Those enemies that look like the baseball boys started to do karate are actually very difficult to kill, but with the flames, we'll have no problem. Before we move on, we can hit this question mark on the right to make a bridge, and if you're wondering why we would do that, it's so that these stars will have a place to fall without landing in the spikes. So make the bridge first, grab the stars, and then head here, where we'll be able to pass through a middle ring to establish a checkpoint. Even down here in the Koopa underworld, there are chomps chewing up the ground, and we can despawn them by going back to the left whenever it sounds like they are going to fall. As long as the chomp isn't on screen when it's falling, it won't actually destroy the ground, and that will make navigating this area a bit easier. You also won't have to try to jump under the chomp, which is very dangerous. However, we do want this Chomp to release a flower for us. Once the flower is revealed, strike it with an egg to collect it. Don't jump down there. And over here, it's another one of those karate boys, and you'll see that you can't stomp these guys out. You can't even use your ground pound to kill them. It only stuns them. So you mostly want to avoid these guys because they will try to fire energy balls at you, and while they move very slow by Street Fighter standards, I think even a light punch Hadouken moves faster than the energy balls those guys launch, they are still dangerous nevertheless. There are more giant chomps over here, and once again they're tearing up the landscape. Even if you touch these guys, you won't take damage, but they can knock you down into a pit, and that's instant death, so you definitely don't want to get under these guys. Watch out for chomps as you cross the gaps here. We'll hit that flower with an egg, wait for this chomp to drop, and then over here we'll wait for another chomp before heading to the end of this section. A middle ring is a welcome sight as we enter this section, establishing a checkpoint and giving us back some stars. Over here you'll see there's a flower below, but when you jump down here, make sure that you avoid the 2 bombs dropped by these Goonies before you take aim at the flower. And don't move around too much or those Goonies will respawn and try to drop bombs on you again. So make sure the coast is clear, hit the flower with an egg, and then head over this way where we can grab a few more eggs and then grab a key up above the egg dispensing block. The bonus hut that the key unlocks is nearby, but it's behind a gate, so to get up there, we want to pound this bone into the ground. Pound it down at least that far, then strike this cloud on the right with an egg. That will make a bridge appear, and if the bone was pounded into the ground, the bridge will extend all the way to the left. Now we can hit this cloud to make a beanstalk. If the bridge wasn't fully extended, the beanstalk seed will fall into the gap and you won't actually get the beanstalk. And here we have the popping balloons game, and we already lost? Well, that was worth it. If only we had thought to pop the balloon right next to the bandit first, maybe we could have won. But I guess that's just how the popping balloon game goes sometimes. Back outside the bonus stage, we'll bounce on this big spring ball to get some red coins, but watch out for a piranha plant on the other side. Just below the piranha plant we can find a hidden 1-up, and we're going to want some eggs to deal with that plant monster, so we'll grab some from this egg dispensing block, and once we have a full clutch of 6 eggs, we'll head back to the spring ball, and this time we're going to go to that ledge where the 1-up was, and we can hold up to scroll the screen upwards, and then fire an egg up at the piranha plant while jumping. That will clear him out of the way, and now we can safely head up here. To get that flower, we're going to aim an egg at this angle, and it should just bounce down and collect it for you. It's really that simple. Don't worry if it takes multiple shots to get that flower. You can get more eggs down here, and we're going to aim a shot before we jump so that we can strike that blowhard as soon as it appears on screen. Over here, we're going to tongue this tap to get it out of the way, and then we'll throw an egg into this piranha plant as well as its piranha plant buddy on the other side. Then we'll just flutter through the middle here, grab a red egg from this block, watch out for the Goonie that drops a bomb, and over here we'll aim an egg at one tap and it'll roll into the other one. The last red coin is in that final grouping, and here's the goal line, so we'll do a little pause buffering, and that looks like a good one right there. Up and right, mash B, and if we timed it correctly, yes, we did get the bonus stage. Now let's take a look at our score. We have 30 stars, 20 coins, 5 flowers for 100 points. Awesome. And we're playing the slot machine game. Alright, let's see if we can win a big prize. Of course, the biggest prize you can win here is 5 extra lives, which is not super exciting, and we spun 2 cherries. Okay, come on, cherry, we did it, okay. 2 extra lives. We'll just add them to the others. Now we have 418, so I don't think running out of lives is going to be a problem. And we'll head over here to stage 6-2, which is the Cave of the Bandits. Bandits are some of the most obnoxious enemies here on Yoshi's Island. They're sneaky, they pop out of nowhere, they'll grab the baby and run away with them, and you can't eat them. Although you can stomp on them, and your power stomp attack is your best bet here. That will finish them off in a single hit. The bandits may be annoying, but they're probably not going to kill you. The real danger in this cave comes from the lava. Do not touch the lava, that's instant death. The lava drop enemies that you see here look similar to the smaller lava bubbles that we've seen in some other places, but these ones cannot be eaten, so don't try to grab them with your tongue. So just keep working your way to the right, and if a bandit does get Baby Mario, try to grab him with your tongue. That's probably the easiest way to get him back. It'll give you some good range, especially since the bandit will try to run away as soon as he gets the baby. With a few well-placed ground pounds, Mama Yoshi will execute these kidnappers, and then we'll throw a few eggs at these buckets. Some of them contain coins, but be warned, others contain bandits, like this one. So if you know there's a bandit in there, you may not want to hit the bucket, and none of them contain any extremely important items, so if you want to be on the safe side, just leave the buckets alone. Avoid the lava drops as you hop from mushroom to mushroom here, and you'll notice that some of this freakish fungi is growing directly in a hot lava flow. That is an impressive adaptation. We'll fire a few eggs to get through the wall here, or you can just let the karate boys do it for you. Hadouken! If you're quick, you can snag a 1-up from that fly guy before he floats away. And before we head on to the next section, we'll grab a few stars from that question mark cloud, and in here, we'll cross a middle ring to top off our countdown timer and establish a checkpoint. If we flutter over here to the left, we can find another hidden cloud, and this one would contain stars if we didn't already have the maximum, and over here you'll see a red bandit carrying a red coin. We'll toss an egg at him and that'll make him drop the coin, but you can defeat him just like any other bandit by stomping on him multiple times or just using your ground pound. Make sure to get rid of that bandit that guards the red coin down at the bottom there, and if you're low on eggs, we can replenish our supply from this block. After grabbing 2 more red coins that were tucked away at the bottom, we'll see this conspicuous rock formation that when destroyed reveals a hidden question mark cloud that contains stars or coins. We'll carefully aim an egg at that flower to collect it, and then over here you'll see 2 sluggers, and they'll try to push this chomp rock at you if you don't get rid of them. So definitely remove this one at the top by hopping on it several times or doing a ground pound, and then once he's gone, we'll be able to push the chomp rock ourselves. Chomp rocks have a magical property that allows them to reveal some hidden question mark clouds that Yoshi can't reveal on his own, and this one will give us a hidden 1-up if we push it over into that lower right corner. Once we've restocked our eggs, we'll continue to the right, and we're going to aim a shot so that we can hit a blowhard as soon as it appears on screen. Then it won't have a chance to fire any prickly balls at us. Over here, we'll stun another blowhard so that we can collect the flower above it, and you want to jump over these lava drops whenever they are moving downwards. So wait for the lava drop to be moving down, and then jump over. Here is a green Glover, an annoying baseball boy that will try to throw eggs at us, So we'll stomp him out, and then we're going to aim a shot and fire at this blowhard as soon as it appears. There's another blowhard up top here, so we'll stun it as well, but they won't stay stunned forever, so we gotta keep it moving. Over here we'll see a few sluggers, and if we stand underneath this question mark and bank an egg off of this wall, it should hit that question mark and give us a 1-up. But even if we miss, the baseball boy may hit it into the 1-up anyway, so that's quite helpful. Over here we'll find some hidden stars or coins, and here's another blowhard. Strike it with an egg so that you can stun it, and we'll grab another red coin as we run by. And here's a middle ring to establish a checkpoint, and an invincibility star to turn us into Super Mario. If the invincibility wears off, we're dead, but you'll notice that these invincibility stars keep respawning whenever you walk them off the screen. So if you made a bad move, be aware that sometimes the closest invincibility star may be the one just behind you. Make sure you're holding Y to run and hop over any obstacles that get in your way. After grabbing that last flower, we'll find the goal line, and we'll need to wait for the invincibility to wear off before we can cross it. And once it does, we'll do a little pause buffering. And did we get the bonus stage? You know we did. Sure, we got the bonus stage, but how did we do on our score? Well, we had 30 stars, 20 coins, 5 flowers, for another 100 points. Keep those perfect scores coming. And we have the slot machine again. Let's see if we can win this time. 3 sevens is the best result. If you get 3 Shy Guys, 3 stars, or 3 melons, that's just 1-up. And 3 eggs would have been 3 extra lives, but we had that star in the middle, so we got nothing. We can't quite see Bowser's Castle on the horizon just yet, but we are getting close. For now, it's time for Stage 6-3, Beware the Spinning Logs. We're going to need some eggs here at the beginning of Stage 6-3, and you could go into a previously completed stage and just eat some enemies, but we have plenty of items, so we're going to use one of our egg items, which will give us a full set of 6. The game warns us to beware the spinning logs, and that's good advice. The logs do stop moving occasionally so that we can step on them for a brief moment, but when they're spinning around, they can send you flying in all different directions, and that can potentially end in disaster. I'd avoid them when possible. Over here, we'll wait for this log to stop, and then we can hop on it just as it stops moving. You can hover above it until it stops. That's often a good strategy. You may be able to skip the second log there, and over here, we can bounce from Koopa to grab those coins, or you can just use the platforms at the bottom to get around and fire eggs at the coins you need. I hope you're ready to party because it's fuzzy time! If you come into contact with one of these puffballs, the psychedelic effect will begin, and it can be quite dangerous on these small platforms. You can slide right off. What you really want to do is just flutter across to the right until you get about here, and the effect will end. Don't forget to pound that post, there's a hidden red coin inside, and whenever we smash this crate, if we're quick, we can grab some stars to add to our countdown timer. And then we'll move on to the next section. We can get some stars out of this cloud, and then we'll hop through the middle ring, and there's a red coin in that cluster above the spinning log, so we definitely want to get that one on the far right. Now, if you catch that spinning log while it's turning, it can boost you up into the air, and that's how we'll get up to this bonus area. You just need to sort of fly near it to enter. In each one of these rooms, you'll have the choice between one of 2 doors. In the first room, we want to take the left door, and the pattern here is left, right, right, left. So in the second room, we're going to take the right door, and if you choose the wrong door, you'll find yourself in a tall shaft that will lead you out of the bonus area, and you won't be able to continue on. And here we can ride on some balloons to get to the upper part where we can find some coins. And we're going to take the right door again. Be quick when you get in here, because you want to get over to the right side and start firing eggs at the fly guys before they fly off. It's tough to get them all, and we want to take the left door, and that will bring us to this final bonus room. I'm not sure what's going on with those clouds in the background. Does that mean it's about to rain or the rapture is going to begin? In any case, smash these crates for coins or stars, and once you've collected everything, there's only one door here, and that will lead us out of the bonus area. We can do a ground pound here to quickly fall, and that'll bring us back to the action. We do want to head back to the left for a moment so we don't miss that flower and a couple of red coins. And once we've collected all that stuff, we can start pushing this Chomp rock to the right. We're actually quite close to the goal now, but this next part is no picnic. We have more spinning logs to deal with. Try to only land on them when they stop moving. And yes, that's a red coin, but the best way to get it is to fire an egg at it from afar. If you try to move the Chomp rock, it's a bit risky and you could end up dead, although it is possible to do, and I'll demonstrate that on the next one, which is coming up here in a moment. Watch out for that lava drop, and that's what it looks like when you correctly move the Chomp rock. You could just kind of slide it to the left, but it may be better to try to hit that coin with an egg. And here's the goal line, where we'll do a pause buffer, and then we'll hold up and right, we'll mash B, and bonus stage! But how did we measure up? Let's take a look at our score. 30 stars, 20 coins, 5 flowers, that's 100 points! And we have the slot machine again. Will we get lucky this time? Will our skills pan out? Let's see what happens. We have a melon, a second melon, and a third melon. That's good for 1 whole extra life. Thanks. Stage 6-4 is Tap Tap the Red Nose's Fort, and this is the last fortress in the game. This stage has a bit of a maze near the center of it, but if you know where you're going, it's not actually that tough. This part here is a bit more straightforward. There are a few lava bubbles that you can grab so that you can spit fire, but don't try to eat the lava drops. Those are the larger ones that have a squiggly smile face. Those ones cannot be eaten. You can duck under this lava drop, and once you've collected the red coins that it guards, we'll head back up here and we'll just flutter across to the right. Try to flutter as far as you can, and you can avoid a lot of that platforming nonsense, but if you're not good at fluttering, you can also take it one platform at a time, and that's what this looks like. So we'll hop to this platform, wait until that lava drop is floating downwards, and we'll jump over. And when you see this boo, we're going to face to the left, let it start chasing you, and then just fire an egg against the wall. If you hit the boo while it's chasing you with an egg, you'll be able to destroy it, and that's a good strategy for getting it out of the way. You'll be safe from that flame over here in that far right corner, so that you can strike that cloud to get a few stars. Make sure to grab the red coins at the bottom, and you're going to bounce off of this spring and just flutter all the way across and drop down when it looks safe. Now we just need to pass through the wall here. Don't get caught between the wall whenever it's moving, and when you jump off the big spring, it'll take you up to the next section. Whack this piranha plant with an egg, and then fire another egg upward to get some stars out of that cloud. If you need some ammo, there are 2 eggs in that very room. And in here, disguised as a platform, it's a Salvo the Slime. If you need some eggs, there's an egg dispensing plant on the far right, and whenever you hit this salvo with an egg, it doesn't release smaller enemies, so you can egg it up close with no problem. You will need to destroy this giant monster to get a key, and once he fades from existence, we'll be able to take it and head back across to the left where we'll find the locked door. So the locked door is over here, and that's going to take us to a middle ring, and from here, we'll enter the maze. We'll pick up a few more stars and then head out into this darkened area. And the way out of the maze is in the upper right corner, but you'll need a key, and you'll find that key down in the lower left. But we want to enter all of the rooms on the sides of the maze so that we can find a bunch of items, and there's a flower in this one. So we'll knock those taps into each other by using some eggs, collect the flower, and then we'll head on out where we can use this pipe to go up to the top. We're just kind of working our way around here, and this pipe is labeled E on the map and contains another flower. So we'll fire an egg whenever those taps drop down, and that'll give us a clear shot at the flower. Now we need to head over to the right, and oh, we've lost the baby. Watch out for mice that patrol this area. They can be hard to see in the dark. It's not really a big deal that we took some damage because there's a wall over here and a question mark cloud that contains some stars to restore our countdown timer. And when we go down this pipe, we'll be able to see where we need the key. We need to unlock that cork. But we don't have the key just yet, so we're going to head down this pipe and over through this one, where we'll need a few eggs to smash these thorns, because there are 4 red coins on the other side that we definitely want to collect. Don't do anything foolish and touch the thorns. They are certainly lethal, but they also don't move, so they really shouldn't be that hard to avoid. This tunnel does not contain any red coins or flowers that we need, but it does have some eggs to restore our ammo, so it's probably worth stopping by. And if you go back inside, you can get even more eggs. So if you've run out of eggs, you can just keep going in and out of here to get some more. There's a faster place to get eggs down in the lower left corner, but if you need some right now, that's a good option. And we're just going to flutter over here to the left, and through this pipe, this is where we'll get the key. The key is guarded by another one of those giant slimes, so you want to make sure that you have 6 eggs with you when you enter this room, and try to take good shots that do lots of damage. You don't want to be firing at this slime whenever it's vibrating. That shot won't count. Getting a bunch of perfect shots is easier said than done, so there is another strategy you can try. Try firing eggs straight upwards and then hitting them with your tongue before they drop off the screen. You'll be able to score some hits on salvo, and you'll be able to retrieve the eggs to use them again. So that should keep you from running out of ammo against this guy, which is the only real problem that you'll face in here. It's not like this thing can deal you damage. It's worth noting that anytime you're in a room with a flat ceiling like that, you can fire eggs upward and then grab them with your tongue so that you can create a whole line of yellow or red eggs that will give you little bonuses when you attack the enemies. You'll find some stars in this small room, and you'll also be able to restock your eggs, so you probably used up a bunch of eggs fighting that slime, and it'll be nice to get a few more down there. And now we're going to hop across these fires, so stay away from the flame, and go up this pipe and over to the left where we'll find another upwards moving pipe, and this one will take us to the locked cork, which we now have the key for. But before we go up that pipe, there's one more pipe on the right that we haven't visited, and in here we'll fire an egg to knock those taps into each other, and then we can fire another egg to collect 4 red coins. And from there, we'll head up the pipe, and we'll be able to use this middle ring to establish a checkpoint before heading onward. We're almost to the boss now, and this part's actually pretty easy. Move this platform, but don't touch the lava below. You may need to jump off it a little bit early to be extra safe, and over here we'll be able to get a few more red coins and one of the last 2 flowers that we need. We'll find the final flower right before the boss's room. Down here, we'll ride on this log across the lava, and there's not a lot going on down here, so you can just relax for a moment. Just let the lava take you to the end and collect some coins as you go. None of these are red coins, so you don't have to worry about that. And at the very end, you are going to see a flower, so that's how you'll know that you're at the end. And there will also be a stone wall that you'll have to jump over, but it's totally fine. Just allow the lava to take you across, and eventually we'll find ourselves at another middle ring and the pipe that leads to the boss. So you hear a fish here at the end. That's the only enemy down here. We'll strike it with an egg, and we also got the flower, and there's that middle ring, and here's the pipe that leads to Tap Tap the Red Nose. Kamek says that he's surprised that we made it this far, but our game ends here? We have over 400 lives, Kamek. I don't think our game is ending anytime soon. As soon as you regain control here, if you fire a few well-placed shots right underneath Tap Tap the Red Nose, he'll fall right into the lava and will have no chance of doing us any harm. I'm not sure why the Koopa engineers built Tap Tap's throne room over this lava pit. That's the only thing that can kill this guy. Now let's take a look at what to do if we don't perfectly execute the plan here at the beginning. If you run out of eggs, there are 2 egg dispensing plants up here in the middle, but you are not safe up there. Tap Tap can definitely reach you up at the top and can even jump to that platform. If you take damage, your perfect score might not be ruined. Quickly get the baby back, and then look for a hidden cloud in the lower left and lower right corner. You'll need to chip away a few of the blocks to find them. And once you reveal those clouds, you'll be able to get some stars back. So the second one is over here. We already hit the first one, and there are those precious stars. If you keep chipping out the bottom of the blocks, eventually Tap Tap may just jump into the lava on his own. He's really not a genius. And with that, we've completed stage 6-4, but let's take a look at our score. 30 stars, 20 coins, and 5 flowers for another 100 points. But before we go on, let's take a look at a shortcut. You don't actually have to get the key at all here in the maze. You can just go all the way to the top and flutter over to the wall on the right side. You'll want to clear out the enemies over there, maybe get rid of that question mark cloud. Just get everything out of the way, and then we're going to grab one of the mice over here on the left. Bring the mouse over in your mouth and spit it out, and you're going to hop off of this enemy whenever it does a small hop, and you should be able to boost up high enough to get over the wall, and then you can just head on over here to the area with the log ride across the lava. If you want to turn back at this point, you're kind of stuck, because if you go down this pipe over here, you'll find that the cork is still in place and you'll bounce back up. But if you went over the wall and you had the key in your possession, don't do this, by the way. If you go down this pipe, you'll soft lock the game. Yep, we're stuck now, and if you do this, you'll have to reset. With the final fortress behind us, we'll head on to stage 6-5, and this one is called the very long cave. This cave probably wouldn't seem so long if it didn't scroll so slowly and circle back on top of itself. Like many other caves in this game, the real danger here is the lava, which is instant death if you touch it, but you also don't want to get stuck up against the wall as the screen scrolls to the left. If you get stuck, that could also be death. Does anyone else think it's strange that there are icicles so close to hot lava? Well, if those icicles get in your way, hit them with an egg, because breathing fire on them doesn't actually break the icicles. Breathing fire only melts ice cubes, it doesn't melt icicles. Everyone knows that. So use your eggs to get those icicles out of the way, and stay with the game as it scrolls. You'll notice that some coins may disappear off to the left or right side of the screen, but this is going to loop back around, so you should have another crack at them. You won't get a second crack at the red coins carried by the fly guys around here, so make sure to grab them as quickly as possible, and don't let this chomp rock push you around. It may seem like you're supposed to ride it across the lava, but that's actually a bad move. Instead, use the platforms above, and don't miss another fly guy carrying a red coin. Eat him as quickly as possible. Then eat this flamer guy so that we can breathe fire. We'll get 3 flaming blasts for each flamer guy that we consume, and you can even fire them upwards, which could come in handy because the screen starts scrolling upwards right about now. You want to stay near the top of the screen here so that you don't fall off the bottom, and over here on the right we'll be able to grab a flower, and here's another one of those fly guys. Watch out for that chomp rock and we'll just blaze through these boo guys, and that's going to bring us back up to an area that we've crossed before. So we'll head back over to the right. When the screen starts scrolling to the right, you'll know that we're almost at the end of this section. You could eat that lava bubble that's bouncing out of the fire there if you want some more flaming breath, but down here we'll be able to grab a few coins, and we'll continue to the right. These icicles are definitely in the way, so we'll strike them with an egg, and we'll head down this way where there are a few more icicles blocking our path, so hit them with eggs as well. We'll be able to flutter across and get those coins once the icicles are out of the way. And over here, there's a chomp rock that'll drop out of the sky. We're just going to wait patiently for it to settle down below underneath the door. So wait for it, and then just flutter on top of it, and hop up to this door, which is labeled A on the map. This is a significant detour, but if you're interested in getting 100%, you'll have to go this way. Grab some eggs from that egg dispensing block, and you'll see that the screen is scrolling again, just like it was previously. We'll strike these walls to break through them, and there are a few eggs on the other side that you can collect. Up here you'll find a hidden question mark cloud that you can hit for some stars, and over here we'll need to break through this wall, and then we can pick up another egg. This part is not especially difficult, it's more like a bonus area than anything. But if you're not paying attention, you could get scrolled off the screen, so just stay with it, hit that hidden cloud to get some stars or coins, and we will continue to the right. You're going to see a few more walls over here you'll need to use your eggs to break through. And you'll be able to find an egg or two as you go, and there's also a hidden one up at the top of this wall, so don't miss out on that. The screen seems to be scrolling fairly quickly right now, so break through these walls with a bit of speed, and over here you'll find a green melon that we can use to just plow through more of this wall. There's another one up hidden inside. There was a bunch of treasures there at the end, 5 red coins and a flower. So we grabbed all of those, and on the other side of the door, that's where we would have come from if we didn't take that detour. And up here, we'll be able to hit a middle ring that will establish a checkpoint. We'll grab another flower, and the screen will start scrolling again. Watch out for the Goonie squad as these little skeletal birds pass in front of you. And as long as you don't get scrolled off the screen, this part should be no problem. So we'll just head over here to the right, where a Chomp rock will crush all of the Goonies. And then we'll try to avoid getting crushed ourselves by the falling Chomp rocks in this area. Don't try to balance on those rocks, you'll end up falling into a pit. Just collect the coins, and over here you'll need to hammer a few of these posts to get red coins. So hammer those posts, grab the red coins and the flower at the end, and that brings us to the goal line, where we'll do a bit of pause buffering. And were we able to secure the bonus stage? Yes, we did. Now let's take a look at our score. We'll tally up our points, and it looks like we have 30 stars, 20 coins, and 5 flowers for yet another perfect 100 points. Let's do the slot machine. We'll spin those reels and try to get them to stop on 3 of the same icon, and oh, there's a 7? A second 7? And can it be? Yes. Finally, we hit all 3 7s and got 5 extra lives. It's not really a lot, but it is sweet. Well, it looks like we've gone from the very long cave to the deep underground maze. That's what 6-6 is called. But if you don't want to deal with a maze right now, there is a shortcut we can use. We need a Chomp rock to do this trick, and this first part is not necessary for doing the trick, but it is possible to roll one Chomp rock over another one here so that you can take this one on deeper into the maze. Now, instead of doing this, there is another Chomp rock that we can grab just to the right of the purple rotating platform down here, but that's a fun way to get a Chomp rock through. So we'll bring this one down near this locked door, and you'll see that the key is right on the other side of the wall. Position the rock so that it's just to the left of the door, and you want to jump from below so that your head hits the rock, and that's when you want to extend Yoshi's tongue. For some reason, when you're jumping through the rock, it will allow you to extend your tongue through the wall, and you can pull the key through, which we can use to open the door. Now that's a pretty good shortcut right there, but there's a second part to this maze, and you can also use a big shortcut to get through this. Slam your way down here to the bottom, and we're going to grab one of those boo guys into Yoshi's mouth, and we're going to fire a few eggs upward so that we can grab a key that we need, and then fire that boo guy upwards, bounce off of it, and you'll be able to vault up to this ledge where you'll need to do a perfect flutter, and then we can unlock the door on this level, which takes us to the goal line. From here, we're just going to push this Chomp rock to the right, crushing all of the tap-taps, and that's it. We've finished stage 6-6. Some underground maze that was. Of course, we're not going to get a very high score finishing the stage that way, and in fact, this time we only got 20 points, so we are going to have to go back in there so that we can find all of the items and get that perfect 100. But if you're just trying to get to the end of the game, that shortcut is the way to go. Let's take a look at a path through this maze that's a little bit closer to what the developers had in mind. Up here you can find a hidden 1-up, so you don't want to miss that. And we'll push this Chomp rock down and to the right, where it will land in that divot, but it'll give us just enough lift to reach this crate, which is full of stars. There are also a couple of red coins up there. Then we'll smash down through that yellow rock, and we want to free the Chomp rock just over here to the right. This is one that you can use to do the key trick, But instead, we're going to start pushing it to the right, and you'll notice right away that this is definitely what the game wants you to do. There are a ton of enemies for us to plow through. The Chomp Rock doesn't seem to take care of the lava drops, so you'll just want to avoid those little fireballs. And we can push the Chomp Rock through there and then just smash through some yellow rock to catch up with it down at the bottom. Over here we can grab a few eggs to replenish our supply, but we need to keep this rock rolling to the left. We'll plow through some piranha plants, and then through a few more tap-taps, and the rock will settle down in this divot, and we can hop up to where the key is, using the rock to get some extra lift. Now we'll drop down here, where if you eat the costume on that Shy Guy, the Shy Guy itself will pop out, and well, we got a little bit surprised by that, but it's okay. There's a middle ring up here, and when we pass through this gate and drop down, we'll find the locked door that we were looking for. But that was just the warm-up. The true maze lies ahead. This area has two sides to it, and we'll switch between them using some doors. Down here, we can feed a boo guy to this carnivorous red tulip, and it'll spit out some stars for us to collect. You can also fire an egg upwards above the tulip. That should bank into it and also work. We want to get down to the bottom here, so head all the way to the bottom, and we'll find a flamer guy that we can use to get the firepower. And if you time a few egg tosses, you'll be able to collect the red coins as well as the flower hidden over here. So we'll get that stuff, and then over on the right side, the fire that we just got from that flamer guy will allow us to reveal these question mark clouds. This one over on the left would have stars if we didn't already max out our countdown timer, and we'll use an egg to get the flower and the coins, and then we want to use another egg to release a key up above the flower. The key is essential for getting out of here, and you'll notice that there are some numbers in the walls here. Those are to give you some hints, but if you're looking at the map, just follow the alphabet, and that should get you through the maze no problem. Fire an egg straight upwards there to get the flower. We'll grab this Shy Guy's costume, and then we'll eat the Shy Guy himself. And down here we'll find 2 red coins before dropping down to the bottom and entering door C. This door leads back to the lower right corner of the previous area, so we'll take a moment here to eat a few boo guys to get some eggs, and then we'll go back in through door B. We've seen this area already, but this time we're going to go up to the upper right corner, and we're going to find a flower along the way, so we definitely want that. And then we can go through door D, but not before grabbing a few stars or coins from that question mark cloud. On the other side of door D, we'll find a big spring ball, and we can launch up to this next platform to grab 2 red coins over here on the left, and then we want to hop up onto this spring where we can find 2 more red coins before passing through that gate. Then we can head back to the bottom, and we're going to go into door B again. To get out of here, we need to go to door E, so we'll go straight up the middle, and this time we're going to go all the way up to the top using this spring. Try to bounce way up there so you can get the red coins and the flower, and then head over to the left where you'll find a flamer guy that is perfectly timed so you can burn through those karate boys. Down here we'll find 4 more red coins, and then we'll go through door E, which will bring us back to the left side of this area. Fire an egg up and it should reflect off the ceiling to create this bridge. Now we can replenish our eggs, and we're just going to bounce off of this big spring and head over to the right where we can smash through some yellow rock, but this time that bridge will catch us. Now we can head over here to the right where we'll unlock the door which leads to the goal. Getting to the goal is quite simple from here. We're just going to keep pushing this Chomp rock, stay behind it to clear out the taps, and over here we'll do a little bit of pause buffering, so just keep pausing until it looks like one of those flowers has just lit up. And then we'll hold up and right, mash B to cancel out of the pause menu, and the bonus challenge will be ours. And we have 30 stars, 20 coins, 5 flowers, for yet another perfect 100 points. And that improves our previous low score. Let's do the slot machine again. Can we get triple sevens once more? No, but maybe we can get 3 eggs. And we did! 3 eggs is worth 3 extra lives, so that's the second best prize in the machine. Not bad. Stage 6-6 was kind of the last big maze in the game. The next few levels are much more straightforward, like this one. Stage 6-7, Keep Moving. Keep moving is more than just a suggestion in this stage. If you don't keep moving, you'll definitely fall off of these platforms, and that enormous Chomp that's chasing us will give us even more encouragement. Over here, we'll ride this platform around to collect a few coins, and then we'll hop up here to this medium speed yellow platform that curves around to the right, and then another Chomp will start chasing us. Luckily, we have a fast platform to jump onto. Run to the right up here and don't miss the 2 red coins in the middle. Don't touch those spikes and you should be able to reach this platform. But over here, we'll want to ride this rotating platform so that we can get to this area where you'll find 3 fly guys carrying red coins, so you know we need those. We can also restock our eggs over here, and we're just going to ride this platform around and hop over here to the left, where we'll need to move quickly to get over those lava drops, and then we'll catch up to another rotating platform here. In this part, we need to climb upwards by jumping from platform to platform, but if you mess up and miss a jump, you just need to flutter furiously so that you can try to land on another moving platform or one of those blocks in the middle. Be aware that those blocks do not dispense eggs. Take a moment to catch your breath as you ride this rotating platform, because we're about to keep it moving again. Another enormous Chomp is here to chase us, and we need to head to the right across these platforms. This fast-moving red platform will launch us over to a safe spot where we'll find a middle ring that'll give us 10 more points on our counter, and it will establish a checkpoint. I love the background here that appears to be inspired by Vincent van Gogh's Starry Night. It looks very cool, and we're just going to ride this slow-moving platform that will also dispense eggs if we need them. We'll drop down here where we'll find 2 platforms circling each other, and if you get onto that one in the middle, you can grab those coins, which contain 2 red coins amongst them. So we'll grab all of the coins, and then we're going to drop onto this fast-moving red platform that will launch us over here where we can replenish our egg supply, and then you want to get this wheel moving to the right and then turn to face left. That's the best way to use that thing. Sniffets patrol this area, so watch out for them, and there's a blowhard that you can try to stun with an egg, but down here we're just going to ride this fast-moving platform across the coins. If you're standing in the right spot, you'll be able to collect them, and as that platform rotates around, you may be able to grab the flower there, but there's another way to get it, so we'll be coming back this way in a moment. We're about to go past a red coin that's trapped in the ground, so we'll fire an egg down at it, and then we'll fire another egg upwards to collect that flower. Watch out for this lava drop, and you can either jump over those tap-tap enemies or knock them into the grooves there with your tongue. That will get them out of the way. We're going to drop onto this fast-moving red platform, and that'll take us back down here where the flower was, so that's the other way to get it. And then we're going to ride this slow-moving green platform again, and that'll take us back the same way that we came. To reach the end here, we need to stay with the platform, so we're going to avoid this lava drop, just step out of the way. We'll knock these tap-taps into the grooves, so that will get them out of the way. And yeah, we'll just stay with the platform here, because that's going to take us up to this next area above. We'll hop and grab these sniffets when they are not firing bullets, and we can pick up a few coins over here, and those coins also indicate where it is safe to stand near those lava drops, so they serve multiple purposes. Here's a middle ring that we'll be happy to cross, and that will also max out our countdown timer. And over here you'll see a bunch of coins surrounding a skull-shaped rock formation. Maybe it's supposed to be a sniffet face. There are 2 sniffets in the middle of it. So we'll take them out and we'll strike that first hidden question mark cloud to grab some coins or stars. And over here near the middle, we'll find a hidden key, and that's the key that we need to open a bonus hut up above. That particular bonus hut is located up the stairs on the left here, and there it is. We'll use our key to get inside, and it's a throwing balloons game. The timing I like to use for this one is to fail fairly quickly 2 times, so 2 fails, and then we're going to let the bar fill up 4 times. So that's the second time, then the third time, and after the 4th time, we're going to start inputting the sequence, but wait until the bar almost fills before sending it over and giving the last instruction. And if you do all of that, the bandit will have no chance at all. You will definitely win. With another prize in our pockets, we'll head back outside, and we'll go over to the right where we'll be able to delve deeper into stage 6-7. On the other side of this gate, we'll find an invincibility star, and Baby Mario will be able to just mow through these bandits. Hold down Y to run, and when you get about this far, it will wear off. So don't let those bandits steal Baby Mario. They are relentless. And take them out by stomping on them multiple times, or doing a ground pound on each one. There's a flower just below here that is trapped behind a gate, but there's a bandit that keeps stepping on the edge of the gate, so if we aim an egg upward, we'll be able to grab the flower when the gate opens. So hold up, fire an egg upwards whenever the gate opens, and there was our opportunity, and we were able to collect the flower. Not bad. It's possible to do a fun gate hack trick here. You'll grab this enemy, stand near the edge of the stairs, and we're going to spit it out to the right in midair, run to the right, grab the enemy as it bounces, and spit it at the gate whenever we bump into it. If you do that, the gate should open, and you'll be able to go through even though we're facing the wrong direction. Now, it's a totally unnecessary gate hack trick because it's very easy to get to the other side of that gate without doing anything tricky, but it is fun to do. The way we're supposed to go here is to go all the way to the right side, and then we'll just work our way from right to left. That will take us through the gates without doing any gate hacking at all. So we'll head over here and we can spring that question mark cloud, which works sort of like a POW and will clear out the enemies. And there are the last 2 red coins that we needed. Now we're going to go down using this platform, and that's going to take us to a bonus area but you'll want to make sure that you have at least 6 eggs so that egg dispensing plant won't spit any spiky balls at you. Down here, there are just so many red switches, but there are a lot of coins to try to collect, so just do your best and get as many of them as you can. When the switch is active, not only will the coins appear, but you'll also see some flashing red arrows that will give you a hint as to where you can find more red switches so that you can continue your switch time. None of the coins down here are red coins, and there are no flowers here either. We've already found all of those items, so just grab as many coins as you want, and when you feel like you've had enough, you can just make your way to a spring ball in the upper right corner, and that's how we're going to get out of here. Don't worry if you missed a few coins there, they're not particularly important, and we're going to try to make it to the end now. So this time we're going to go down through this pipe, and that will bring us to the goal line. But watch out for those bandits that fall down with you. They'll try to steal the baby and mess up your perfect score. And we'll do a little bit of pause buffering, which will get us the bonus stage. And then we'll take a look at our score. We had 30 stars, 20 coins, 5 flowers, for another perfect 100 points. And we only have one more stage to go where we need to get 100 to unlock the final extra. We've been doing well on the slot machine lately, but it looks like that streak just came to an end. But that's fine. I think 461 lives will be enough for us to complete Stage 6-8, King Bowser's Castle. This is it. This is where they're holding Luigi. We're coming, Paisan. At the beginning, we'll find a transformation bubble and Yoshi will turn into a helicopter. Kamek will stop at nothing to keep us out of the castle, so he will try to attack us while riding on a broomstick. And we'll need to hurry to the right so that our transformation doesn't run out, but don't get bumped by Kamek or the flying Goonie birds. Any of that will lead to your demise. This part can be tough. Listen for Kamek to appear, and you'll want to move out of the way whenever you see him pop up. If you grabbed 2 flowers and 3 red coins, you're well on your way to getting 100%, and in this room, we'll need to select a door. The best door to select is number 4, so I try to track it with my eyes and then fire an egg upward whenever it's coming around on the left side. And there it is. We were able to get inside door 4, and this one's just too easy. There are definitely enemies here, there are some gusties, but there's just a ton of coins and some undulating platforms that we'll need to pass through to the right, and we'll be able to quickly get all of the red coins and flowers that we need. They're just grouped together. We're going to take a look at all 4 different doors here, but this one is by far the best. It doesn't matter which door you choose, you'll always be able to get 12 red coins and 2 flowers, so you can get 100% no matter which way you go through. But yeah, this one is awesome. That's so many coins. And then here we have the second flower, some more red coins, and then 2 1-ups carried by Fly Guys just to top it off. Let's go back and take a look at door number 1. This is a fairly short area to get through, but there are a lot of deadly traps in here, including lethal lava. You can duck underneath that spiky contraption, and you'll be able to hide until you can hop up here. And we're going to wait in that spot until you see that mace ball start to lift up, and then you just run over to the right, and you'll make it underneath. In this spot, you'll want to grab the coins, but we need to break through those breakout blocks, collecting some eggs from this egg dispensing plant if we need more, and you'll want to stay over here until you've cleared at least all of the blocks on the left side, because you can duck down and hide over there. Keep firing eggs here to open your way to the right, and once you get through, you'll see there's a red switch. And there is a very interesting trick we can do with that switch, so we will be coming back here later. But for now, just quickly make your way across, and we'll use this platform to collect another flower and 4 red coins perched high up above. And then we'll use it to get to the door. That's it for door number 1, but what about door number 2? If you spin door number 2, this one's not terribly difficult, but it is a little bit longer. There are some shy guys on stilts here. We'll just hop on top of them and then eat them once their stilts have been removed. And we'll be able to get the red coins here in groupings of 2. So keep on the lookout for 6 groupings of red coins. They'll be amongst the other coins here. Once you head down through that door, it will take you to this area where if you go to the left, we'll be able to get a flower all the way on the left side. Once you have it, eat a flamer guy and start running to the right. We need to go up the pipe labeled C on the map, but we'll be able to use these fireballs to get rid of those oblong shy guys. And on the far right side, we're going to find another flower, so make sure to pick that up first, and then grab those coins and go into the pipe. There's another pair of red coins underneath this egg dispensing plant. You'll need to refill your eggs because we have to defeat one of those giant slimes to get a key here. So we'll smash this clay platform down until it's flat, and then we'll be able to safely get over those spikes. Over here we'll have another opportunity to get some eggs, but we need to pass through this door, and in this room, there's that giant slime. You don't want to run out of eggs against this guy, so I like to lure the slime over to the right side, where we can fire our eggs upward, and then you can try to hit them with your tongue before they fall away, and we can add them back to our collection. So that's going to give us extra ammo to use against this monster. You don't want to try to strike this thing when it's vibrating. You'll lose your egg if you do that. But it doesn't take that many hits to finish it off, and when it dies, it will reveal a key. So grab that key and we'll take all of our red eggs with us back out through the door, and we'll be able to unlock the way to Kamek's Hall. But there's still one more door that we haven't gone through. Door number 3, and this is by far the longest one. This talking box says, "Run away, hurry." So yeah, that's ominous. Make sure to grab the 6 red coins before you go down the pipe, and inside, it's a golden tap-tap. There is some lava in this cave, but it's in small puddles that are just large enough to kill Yoshi, but not deep enough for us to do a Terminator 2 Judgment Day on this monster. So you just want to avoid that lava and just keep working your way to the right. The screen auto scrolls here, so sometimes Tap Tap is going to catch up to you, and you'll want to hit it with eggs to knock it backwards. None of the coins that you see here are red coins, so you don't need to collect any of them to get 100%, although some of them are almost hard to avoid. Whenever Tap Tap catches up, hit it with an egg, and if you run out of eggs, you can eat some of the fang bats that fly through here. There may not be any red coins, but there are 2 flowers, and here's the first one right here. Strike it with an egg, and then jump across the gap. I think Tap Tap is pretty far behind us now, so we're just going to try not to get hit by those fangs, and we'll just stay near the left edge of the scroll. You don't want to go too far to the left in case a pit opens up and you don't see it, but stay about 3/4 of the way to the right, and when Tap Tap appears behind you, hit him with another egg. Hop over this small lava pool, and then we're going to come to a gap that we need to jump over, and there will be another small lava pool on the other side, so we're going to jump over that as well. It seems like Tap Tap is getting closer, and there he is. But from the top of this hill, we can strike him with an egg and knock him way backwards, because over here we need to go down a very large hill, but at the bottom there's going to be a flower. So when you get down here to the bottom, hop over to the other side of this gap, and then you're going to aim a shot downward to get the flower. So aim it carefully, and if you timed it well, you'll be able to get the last flower here. And to deal with Tap Tap at the end, I just like to wait around here, and he will jump backwards over you, and that should give you just enough time to get up here to the pipe. But hurry through there, because Tap Tap will not stop. If you take out those two Shy Guys, you'll be able to grab the last few red coins that you need. And that brings us back here to Kamek's hallway, and we've now seen all 4 doors, so it's time to move on. The final boss is up ahead, and this is Kamek's last-ditch effort to keep us out of the throne room. Whenever you see Kamek appear, you just need to get close to him to make him disappear. You can attack Kamek by jumping underneath him, jumping on top of him, whatever you need to do, but if you let him linger on the screen for too long, he's going to start firing the PlayStation buttons at you, and if those magic spells hit any of the blocks in this area, they may animate into enemies. There are also 5 red coins and 1 flower to get here, and some of them are on the upper platforms, and it can be hard to jump up to those at times. You may need to bounce off of an enemy, or just get Kamek to clear some of the blocks underneath the item that you're looking for, and you'll be able to jump right into it. Just before you reach the boss door, there's going to be a middle ring, so if you need a slight refill on your countdown timer, you should be fine. But we're just going to keep bumping into Kamek here, and you can use some eggs to collect that flower and the last 2 red coins. I think that's the best way to get them. And there's the final middle ring, and over here on the right side is the door that leads to the final boss. This is it, the final showdown. Are you ready? Kamek has a lot of nerve to tell us to hand over the baby when we have him cornered in his own castle. But that's when young Master Bowser awakes. And, well, he's in kind of a bad mood. He stomps on Kamek and kicks his corpse off to the side. Whenever he sees Yoshi, he thinks that he's some kind of green donkey and he wants to ride him. We can't let Bowser jump on Yoshi's back. He'll displace Baby Mario and the countdown timer will begin. If that happens, just grab Baby Mario and Baby Bowser will dismount. What we need to do here is to do our ground pound attack when we're fairly close to the boss, and it will make a ripple in the ground that will deal him damage. After we hit him 3 times, Kamek will do his magic spell once more, and we'll have to fight an enormous version of Bowser. Buckle up, the true final battle begins now. As the fight starts, you want to move towards the center of the room. Right around here will be good, because 2 red arrows are going to start flashing on the screen, and that's because some rocks are going to fall from the sky, and they will destroy parts of the ground, and you don't want to be standing there when that happens. You'll notice that we also don't have any eggs. Some large eggs will come floating in on balloons and we'll need to grab them. and then you'll want to aim those eggs and fire them at the boss. That one was a miss. You need to hit the boss right on his face. Whenever the boss targets you, the target will lock in after a moment, and you'll want to jump out of the way. Don't fire eggs haphazardly at King Bowser. Your targeting reticle will move up and down instead of in its normal circular pattern, and you'll want to fire it when it's fairly high up in the air, especially when the boss is far in the background. After 3 hits, look for the red arrows again because more rocks are about to fall, destroying more of the ground. You won't have as much platform to work with here, and now the king is going to move more quickly towards the foreground. If Bowser ever gets too close, he's going to smash those platforms, and then you won't have anywhere to stand. That will be death. The good news is, the closer Bowser gets, the easier he is to hit, so just make sure that you're taking good aim and firing those eggs high up in the air, and you should score a hit every time. It only takes a total of 7 hits to defeat this boss, and once you hit him that 7th time, he will explode spectacularly, but then he'll return to his normal size. And that's it! We've done it! We've beaten Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. All we can do now is sit back, relax, and enjoy the cheesy ending. Kamek grabs baby Bowser, and they fly off towards the moon. On the other side of where we fought the boss, we find both baby Luigi and the missing stork, who's been tied up by his legs. That's awful. We've been focusing this entire time on trying to rescue Luigi, but the stork is the only way that people are able to get their babies delivered. So without him, the entire human race could have gone extinct. So if you see a Yoshi, tell him thank you, and pass the puffs. We're getting fuzzy tonight. After this message fades away, we'll see a bright white flash, and then we'll watch as Yoshi demolishes King Bowser's castle. So we'll just run around here, past the lava, and yeah, get out of there, King Bowser's castle. This is Yoshi's Island now. And with a few loud flaps of its wings, the stork flies off, happy to be freed from the clutches of the Koopas. And that's it. Roll the credits. But we'll get to the credits in a moment. We actually have a lot more still to do, including a trick to get 999 lives in King Bowser's castle. After you hit that middle ring, keep dropping off to the left until you're down to your last life, and then we need to go into door number 1. Being down to your last life is kinda risky, so make sure not to mess this up. If you get killed, it's going to be game over. We need to make our way to the red switch without getting killed. So duck underneath that spiky ball. We'll wait here until you see that ball start lifting, and then we'll run off to the right. You can grab that flower, although it's not important for doing this trick. And over here, we'll grab some eggs, and we need to smash through those blocks underneath that spiky contraption. And remember, if you can stand in the far left corner, you can duck down, so you'll be safe there. And we'll just break a few more blocks, and we should be able to get through now. And there's the switch we were looking for. We're going to walk off into the lava and then turn to the left. When you hit the lava, you'll bounce out and you'll land on the switch, and you'll see that now we have 0 lives. If you die again when you have 0 lives, the game will underflow, and now we have 999, which is way more than we'll ever lose at the roulette tables. But that's not the end, because we got a perfect 100% on all of the stages here in World 6, we've unlocked the Slot Machine bonus game. And this is honestly one of the least exciting bonus games to unlock, because you can't win any items here, just extra lives. Still, it's nice if you haven't unlocked any of the other bonuses. And now it's time to play the final stage, Extra 6, Castle's Masterpiece Set. This is a long stage, but it's not especially difficult. It's more of a celebration of getting 100% on all of those difficult levels. So we'll eat a bunch of Shy Guys and then we can push this ghost down into its pipe, and that will allow us to collect the flower here. And remember, getting 100% on Extra 6 doesn't do anything special, but we're going to do it anyways. Fire a few eggs at this ghost to reduce its size, and there are 2 red coins hanging up at the top here. So we'll blast this guy and we'll get the 2 red coins, and we'll get the other coins as well. And then we'll head over to the right, and we're going to need to get this ghost out of the way, so we'll eat a few of the Shy Guys that it dispenses, and once we can push it far enough to the right with a few eggs, we'll be able to get into the door that's labeled A on the map. Door A is going to take us to a room that has some 3D elements for us to balance on, and I think that the idea of this stage is that it looks like a lot of the castle areas that we've already played through. So over here we'll be able to strike this question mark cloud to get some much needed stars, and we'll pass through that one-way gate where we'll find these coins, which are guarded by some spear guys, but they're not guarded very well. Keep working your way to the right, and on the other side of this gate there's a somewhat dangerous passage here. You'll notice that there are some coins down below that we need to get, and there are a few next to some thorns here. None of those ones are important to collect, so you might not want to risk getting too close to the thorns, but down here you'll find several red coins and a flower, so don't miss those. We'll pass through this middle ring and through door B, and that's going to take us to quite a wild platforming area that is totally surrounded by thorns. So be careful not to fall off or bump into the ceiling. You may want to duck when you get too close, and those last few platforms will definitely push you into the ceiling if you're not careful. Over here, what does that spell out? Y to the Izzo, S to the HI. Not guilty, y'all got to feel me. That's pretty cool that they were able to spell out Yoshi, and we were able to flutter long enough to survive there. So we'll restock our eggs, and then we'll hop onto this fast-moving platform, which will try to push us right into some thorns. We're not going to fall for that trick though, and we'll get around a dangling ghost and continue our ascent. There's another dangling ghost up here, so be ready for it. These platforms get moving fast and furious, and you'll probably want to stun that guy with an egg. You don't need the coins that it guards, none of those are red coins, so just try to get past that thing and hit this middle ring, which will get it out of the picture. Over here we can grab a few more stars if we need them, and coins if we don't. And if you drop down here trying to get the stars, you can ride this green platform up to the next section. Now it's time for a big climb. We're going to ride this slow moving platform upwards, and don't worry about any of the coins here, none of these are red coins, but there is going to be a flower near the top. There are some baseball boys that are tossing eggs at us. We'll just duck to avoid them. They're not actually that threatening, and we'll just keep riding the platform up, where we'll grab that flower, and we won't allow the platform to take us all the way into the thorns. Over here, we're going to drop down, and we'll do our ground pound so that we can go more quickly. There's not a lot of danger there, and we're going to drop through here as well, but would like to ground pound over on the left side because that's where we want to land. The baseball boys will help you get the flower at the bottom, and they can also help us get this question mark cloud, although now they're passing an egg between them. Come on, guys. There we go. That will release some stars or coins if you don't need stars, and then we'll head through this pipe. And that's going to bring us to the goal line. Drop down here and ride this fast-moving platform. It'll take us up and through the water, and then we'll just ride it across where we'll collect a few more coins. And there it is, the final goal. For good measure, we'll do one more pause buffering, and we'll try to get one more bonus stage. Let's see. There it is. Before we play that last bonus, were we able to get one more perfect score? 30 stars, 20 coins, and 5 flowers. Yes, there it is. The final perfect 100. Let's spin that slot machine one more time and see how we do. We got a star and another star. Can we finish on a high note here? We did! 3 stars is good for 1 extra life. Before we take a look at the ultimate warp, the final trick of the video, let's take a look at our perfect score. And there it is. 100s across the board. It's a beautiful thing. We still have one last trick to show, and it's a crazy one. This trick will allow you to skip from stage 1-2 to the game's credits. Now, if you load up your game and you see this underworld scene, you will have to delete your saved game and then reset to be able to do this trick. It won't work if you start on the underworld. So we'll reset after clearing out our very nice save file, and we're going to start up a new game. Doing this trick takes an insane level of precision, although to be fair, it is a good bit easier than the credits warp that we were able to do in the original Super Mario World. So after starting up a new game, quickly mash through all of the text boxes, and then we'll get started. Just like when we did the magical journey trick, we're going to try to control what enemies spawn on the screen so that whenever we make eggs, they will be stored in very specific locations in the game's memory. We don't need to do anything special here in the tutorial zone, so as soon as this box closes, you can press start and select to get out of there, and then we'll load up stage 1-1. This is where the trick begins. Start out by heading right, eating the first 5 enemies that you see, swallowing them to make eggs, then jump over the first piranha plant and fire an egg upwards in this general position, tonguing it when it turns red and collecting it so you have a red egg. Eat this yellow shy guy and swallow it to make an egg, and then spit that crazy daisy into the lower piranha plant so that you can make it into this pipe. Press A then Y 4 times to cycle the red egg to the front of the line. When you emerge from the pipe, immediately up tongue to grab that yellow shy guy, and then we're going to hop to the right, start aiming an egg to the right, but you're going to immediately move left. Fire the egg when you're about here to hit that green shy guy, and then jump over this crazy daisy, landing to the left of it, and you're going to turn right to eat it, and then you'll eat that yellow shy guy. Make both of them into eggs, and you'll jump above that question mark cloud and fire an egg above it. Then you're going to run off the edge of this talking box, and when you land on the ground, jump and flutter between the shy guy and that flower, turn and eat the crazy daisy, making it into an egg, and then eat this shy guy, making it into an egg. Go past the end of this wooden platform and fire 2 eggs in rapid succession so that the first egg hits the right shy guy and bumps it into the left shy guy. Hold X, press up, and then press A followed by R to lock in a target and try to fire an egg in that exact position showed on screen, and then fire another one in this exact position. Those need to be extremely precise. Run over here, hold up to scroll the screen up, aim an egg upwards, and you're going to move to this exact position, And once you're there, you're going to hold up and press R. Then you want to release up and immediately press R so that the targeting reticle moves just a slight hair, and that's where you'll fire the third egg. Now, our last egg is special, so we'll eat an enemy and make another egg, but then we'll press A followed by Y to cycle the new egg to the front. That way, when we fire this egg into the beanstalk here, we'll be able to climb up, and we'll still have our fourth egg, which is the special one that we made earlier. The 4 eggs that we had before we started firing them were all stored in very specific memory locations, and we fired them in very specific spots. The 4th egg needs to be fired in this exact location near the end of the stage. Right here. That's the spot near the edge of that mountain. And you'll fire this egg straight upwards, and once you do, all 4 eggs are in position. You want to jump from the end of the orange grass through the goal line. That's important. And that will finish stage 1-1. Now, that was the easy part, but that's also very easy to mess up. Any little thing that you did wrong there could cause the trick to not work. But this part in stage 1-2 is a bit more complicated, so I recommend practicing this before you worry too much about getting those precise egg positions. Head to the right, waiting for a moment for that first chomp to go completely through the ground, and don't swallow any enemies for eggs. Grab this daisy, and when you pass through the middle ring, as soon as you go past the talking box, try to spit the daisy out, and it'll seem like Yoshi has something in his mouth. Hop over the pipe, touch the right wall, and then head back to the pipe. Turn to face right, and when it looks like the Shy Guy's about to hit Yoshi, press up and Y to glitch out the game. Then listen for Baby Mario's first cry to end, press and hold B, and when you hear his second cry end, let go of B, and then don't do anything, and if you did everything correctly, you'll be transported here to the game's credits. That trick is difficult to execute, but it is possible to do if you're able to do all of the steps precisely. This trick was originally discovered by someone named Arnie the Great, and it uses what is called ACE, arbitrary code execution, and so basically we used those different values for where the eggs were positioned to feed the game some code whenever we glitched it out, and that caused it to send us here to the game's credits. There are actually a lot of old games where you can use a trick like this, and I'm sure that there are many more yet to be discovered. Overall, I'd say that Yoshi's Island is an excellent game. It really takes good advantage of the Super Nintendo hardware and pushes it farther than many ever thought it could go. It's a lot of fun searching the large levels for all of the hidden collectibles, and the rewards that you get, unlockable stages, are very good ones. Many of the games on the next generation of hardware kind of get bogged down and become mindless collectathons, but this game I think does just enough of that to keep it interesting. As great as this game is though, I find it hard to call it a Super Mario Bros. Game, regardless of what Miyamoto and Tezuka say. In my opinion, a two-dimensional Super Mario game needs to have mushrooms that you eat to grow larger, and on a home console, it should have a proper two-player mode, not just a few mini-games that you can play versus. I imagine someone probably stood up in a boardroom meeting and said, if the kids want to play a two-player mode, can't they just share the same controller? And sure they can, but it's not really the same. We had an inventory full of items to use, and it really does feel like you have more ownership over it when you're playing your own character. Plus, it would have been fun to compare scores. If I'm being completely honest, This game feels about as similar to Super Mario Bros. As Sonic the Hedgehog does. They're both in the same ballpark for sure, but the jumping physics is way different, the power-ups are way different, there's no two-player mode, and sure, there's some overlap with the characters, but that's about the only real similarity. So if I had to label this game, I would call it a spin-off more than a sequel. And because we did that credits warp trick, it seems that the music has ended a little bit early here. If we were watching the normal credits sequence, the music would still be going through this part, but we're almost to the end of the credits and ready to see the final part of the ending. If I were to make any changes to this game, as a designer, I probably wouldn't unlock those bonus stages at the end of each world until you get 100% in the related extra stage, so it would be like there was one more thing to unlock each time, and it would give those items in the extra stage a little bit more value. I really like the way that the final battle looks in this game, but it may have been fun to explore who Bowser's parents are. We never really get to see them, and what if we had to face Bowser's mom and dad at the same time as the final boss? That could have been very interesting. In the game's final moments, the stork finally makes his delivery, and these babies are so overdue at this point that they were considering a C-section. And if you thought the story was strange before, here at the very end, it seems that the stork delivers the brothers to a mushroom-shaped house in what is presumably the Mushroom Kingdom. So where is Brooklyn? I thought the Marios grew up in New York. But according to this game, the brothers spent at least part of their youth here on the other side of the warp zone. So it's no surprise that they were fated to rescue this kingdom someday in the future. It seems that they were always from here. A light flashes on inside the mushroom house, and there at the door, we see the feet of Mario and Luigi's parents. It seems that heroes are born. The end. Well, I hope this video was able to help you finally beat Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island, reuniting the brothers and assuring that Kamek's prediction of Koopa catastrophe comes true. If it did, make sure to give it a like, and make sure to subscribe for more videos, because there will always be more Koopa kidnappings to quash, and that's why we'll be back again next week with another video game you can beat. Thanks for watching.